Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. All right, I think okay, well, now we have the invocation. Mr. Don Robinson will present the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, board members. Mr. Jefferson, just before I do the invocation, I did want to acknowledge the presence of Delegate Waxman. Good to see him, as always, and a great supporter of the county, and so we appreciate him being here tonight. If we would all bow. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and for this opportunity just to gather in this room. We thank you for all the citizens who've come to participate in their local government. We thank you for our public safety officials, for those who serve this county and protect others. We are thankful. We're thankful for such a beautiful day and for the weather that you've provided and for the ability of our farmers to get out and to plant crops and to anticipate a great harvest. We are thankful for this county and for all that it has, not only in its past, but for what we have in our future. We ask now that you bless our board members as they deliberate, that they might make good decisions that are in keeping with good government and are decisions that will bless the people of this community. We ask these and all other blessings in your name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now is the time we'll have citizen comments, and just prior to that, I will read something to you all. The time is for the purpose of allowing members of the public to present any matter which in their opinion deserves the attention of the board. We ask that you clearly state your name and address and/or election district, and that you address the board and not staff or the audience. We ask that you limit your comments to 4 minutes. A timer with a lighting system shall be used for keeping track of a speaker's time. Speakers will receive a yellow light warning 1 minute prior to expiration of their presentation time. Speakers will receive a red light at the expiration of their time and will be asked to end their comments. If a speaker represents a group of 10 or more individuals that are in attendance, the speaker is allowed 6 minutes, and the group he represents forfeit their right to speak on the same topic. Speakers may not donate their unused time to another speaker. Comments on undecided public hearing topics are not appropriate for citizen comments. Public comments shall not be used to make political speeches, private advertisements, or personal attacks. We value your comments, welcome your input. We as a board will seek to address your concerns in as an efficient and timely manner as possible. All right, with that said, Shay Pugh.
Good evening, Chairman Jefferson, members of the board. My name is Shay Pugh. I live on Tomlin Hill Drive in Zuni. I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you this evening. I am the registered nurse at Windsor High School. I have served in this position for 7 years. I have been an RN for 17 years. I'm a nationally certified school nurse, and I am currently the Virginia School Nurse of the Year. I share that to establish this. I am highly educated, clinically skilled, and deeply committed, and I understand the level of care our students require. And tonight, I call on you to take action and fully fund fair compensation for the Isle of Wight County healthcare team, teachers, and staff. I would like to share a little perspective. In the hospital setting, a typical nurse-to-patient ratio is 1 nurse to about 5 to 8 patients. I am 1 RN to 500 students. At Smithfield High School, you have 1 RN and 1 clinic assistant to approximately 1,300 students. We are not simply providing Band-Aids and ice packs. We are licensed healthcare providers making clinical decisions every day, and we do not do this work alone. Our clinic assistants are essential members of the healthcare team. They assist with triage, medication administration, and daily clinic operations. Their work allows nurses to function at the level our training demands and ensures students receive safe, timely care. They are critical, and they deserve fair compensation too. School nurses manage chronic illness, acute care needs, and rising mental health concerns. For many students, we are the only healthcare provider they see on a regular basis. And let me be clear, mental health is health, and it falls within the scope of a school nurse's practice. Research shows that school nurses help reduce absenteeism and improve outcomes. Healthy students are present, and present students learn. Investing in your school healthcare team is not an added expense. It is a strategic investment in student success. Additionally, I recognize the concerns about the impact on taxpayers. I live and work in this community too. With approximately $30 million in reserve funds available for use when needed, I challenge you to use these resources as part of the solution to support staff compensation, rather than creating fear by framing tax increase as a primary solution. This is not just a budget decision, it is a public health and safety decision. Right now, we are struggling to recruit and retain healthcare professionals that are licensed. School healthcare members also have opportunities nearby that offer significantly higher compensation, to the tune of $10,000 more a year. Yet we stay. We have supported students and their families through life-changing diagnoses such as childhood cancer, mental health crises such as suicidality, and personal challenges such as housing instability. Sometimes we are the clinician, sometimes the advocate, and sometimes just the steady presence a student needs to get through their day. So I ask you, show us that you value our work. Show our students that their physical and mental health matters. Because when you invest in your school healthcare team, you invest in safer schools, healthier students, and a stronger community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. David Pendergrass.
You have 6 minutes? Can I have 6 minutes? Representing
You
10,
got it.
all those red shirts. Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is David Pendergrass. I reside at 101 Batten Cove in Carrollton, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Fire Rescue Employees Group that you see here in the gallery and those who are working this evening. Isle of Wight County Fire Rescue currently staffs 6 advanced life support medic units or ambulances, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We accomplish this with 33 full-time fire medics split between 3 shifts, a battalion chief on each shift, and 45 active part-time fire medics. We have 16 operational billets daily that must be filled to maintain current service level. 11 are filled by full-time staff if everyone's at work and no one's on leave, and the rest come from part-timers. When I came to work with the county in 2016, I came to work part-time as a paramedic, and our pay for part-time paramedics was on par with neighboring jurisdictions, and as a result, we had plenty of applicants, and we could pick and choose the best of the best. Many of our fire medics that work part-time for the county are captains and lieutenants for their jurisdictions. Even one of them is a battalion chief with his jurisdiction. Because of our rural setting, training limitations, and transport times, and the habit of our citizens waiting until the last minute to call us with very serious injuries and illness, we require both our part-time and full-time medics to have substantial 911 experience when they come to the county. Then, as now, we do not have the capacity to train someone from what we call 0 to hero. They have to come to us ready to work and experienced. When I retired from a neighboring jurisdiction, I transitioned from part-time to full-time with the county. At that time, our pay for full-time paramedics was still adequate to attract paramedics to come to work here. As Ms. Clark mentioned last week in her presentation, in 2023 we had a pay study, and as a result our salaries were increased to bring us closer to our neighbors. This was well received by the staff and was a good recruitment and retention tool. With our compensation, the department enjoys a culture that has given us a competitive advantage over neighboring jurisdictions when it comes to recruiting. No mandatory overtime. Our neighboring departments all utilized mandatory overtime when we were faced with the epidemic staffing shortages, and our part-time medics filled the gap so that we didn't have to
force people to stay beyond their 52-hour work week. The ease of leave utilization, we staff at a minimum level. We have to have 16 people to make the system work each day. And this is filled with 11 full-time employees per shift, and we have to have 16, so there's going to be 5 part-timers at a minimum working each day. That limits how many people can be off. But one of the benefits that we have, that we can allow additional people off if a part-timer will work in the spot of the full-timer, so they can use their leave, not lose their leave at the end of the year. It gives us flexibility, so when staff is supposed to be off, they can be off. And then our organizational culture, and this is the one we brag about the most. Isle of Wight is a great place to work. Our county staff and citizens overwhelmingly appreciate and support our people and our work. Our fire medics are well respected and deliver excellence daily for the community and to the visitors for Isle of Wight County. Unfortunately for us, our neighboring jurisdictions conducted their own pay studies after ours, and their compensation is pulled away from us. On the first round of increases by our neighboring departments, our people found it acceptable because of that organizational culture that I talked about. Then things got worse. Demand for mandatory overtime decreased. Neighboring departments increased their compensation not once or twice, but in some cases 3 times since our last increase. Our neighbors' compensations pulled away from us to the tune of 15 to 20% for experienced providers. This is a retention challenge for us, and it's a recruitment impossibility. Our organizational culture no longer plays as much of a role as it did for people making decisions to come here. We've lost 9 full-time fire medics in the last 9 months. This is almost 1/3 of our full-time staff. In fact, it's just 2 away from an entire shift leaving us and going elsewhere. Of the 9, 8 went to neighboring departments and received significant pay increases. The compensation delta has become too great to overcome with work-life balance. We have gone from being able to recruit because of our pay and culture to carrying 6 unfilled positions for nearly a year now. Not only can we not keep people, we're having a difficult time keeping people, we can't even attract people to come to work, qualified people to come to work. So we're not getting qualified applicants. Our compensation doesn't even put us in the ballpark. They don't even consider us. Based on full-time employees who I've spoken to prior to their departure from the county, the culture stopped being effective for retaining them when they gained about a 15% raise going elsewhere. Interesting facts which I gleaned from Suffolk's presentation shows that the national government turnover rate is about 13% in 2024. Ours is 30%. While I applaud the $1,000 general wage increase along with a 3% COLA and paramedic stipend increase, I must tell you it's probably not enough to fix our recruitment and retention. The rank and file membership is asking for the following. We still want the 1,000 general wage increases proposed for all employees. This benefits our lowest paid employees. Increase the paramedic stipend to $7,000 a year as proposed, and with an increased pay of 3% across the board for all certified staff. We also would like to ask you to consider a stipend for the EMT advanced at 15%, a stipend for the intermediate at 35%, at $3,500. And we also request you add another 5% to the pay plan for certified members, not just moving the compensation plan up by 5%, but increasing compensation by 5%. This should put us close to enough for candidates to consider employment with Isle of Wight and hopefully stop the mass exodus of experienced staff. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Now we'll have Dana Stallings.
Good evening, Chairman, Supervisors, County staff. I'm Dr. Dana Stallings, a board member at the Western Tidewater Free Clinic. I stand before you today to express our sincere gratitude for your past support and for your consideration of our 2026-2027 budget request. Since we have opened our doors in 2007, Isle of Wight County has been a vital partner in our mission. We are truly thankful for your commitment of $95,155 for the 2025-2026 fiscal year, which plays a crucial role in enabling us to provide care for over 59 Isle of Wight residents through approximately 475 visits. Your funding is essential in supporting high-risk patients and preventing unnecessary trips to emergency departments. In the fiscal year 24-25, we served 283 county residents through over 2,200 visits, along with 159 dental patients who received care through almost 500 visits. Since inception, we have helped more than 8,400 unduplicated patients through more than 241,000 visits and provided over 333,000 free medications valued at over $67 million. Allow me to share the story of Sarah, whose name has been changed to protect her privacy. In June 2025, Sarah discovered a lump in her left breast, an early sign that could not be ignored. Unsure of what to do next, she turned to an unfamiliar source to many, ChatGPT, for guidance. The information she received directed her to the Western Tidewater Free Clinic. From that moment, her journey toward hope and healing began. Sarah came to the clinic without insurance, but thanks to our Every Woman's Life program, she was able to secure Medicaid coverage. In July, she faced her diagnosis head-on with a mammogram that confirmed the worst, breast cancer. Despite the difficult news, she showed remarkable strength and determination. By September, thanks to the expert care of Centera surgery specialists, she had undergone a double mastectomy and reconstructive surgery. Her story is a powerful testament to how accessible, compassionate health care can transform despair into strength and illness into hope. Looking back, Sarah shares, I can only really say that the clinic literally saved my life. She also expressed heartfelt gratitude to our donors, saying, I have a big thank you to those who support the clinic. They need to know that they are helping to save lives every day. Her story is a shining reminder. Community, compassion, and dedicated care can turn the darkest moments in someone's life into stories of resilience and renewal. Your financial support allows us to serve our 2,200 square mile area effectively. We respectfully request $81,742 for the 2026-2027 budget, which will enable us to assist over 51 Isle of Wight County patients through over 408 visits. Thank you for considering your investment in the mission of the Western Tidewater Free Clinic. We invite you to visit our facility to witness the impact of your support firsthand, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Travis Kendall.
Good evening, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. My name is Travis Kuykendall, and I live in District 5 in the Walters area of Carsville with my 4 kids, 3 of which attend Carsville Elementary, Georgie Tyler Middle, and Windsor High. But I'm here today as co-founder and vice president of Windsor Wildcats Youth Football and Cheer, a registered nonprofit formed in 2024, to address the board's proposal of building a new library in Windsor across from the town center. Over the last 2 years, we've provided football and cheerleading opportunities to 176 kids ages 5 to 12, with more than 100 participants each season. And we're about to begin our 3rd season here in the next couple of months. The location of the proposed library is on the land that we have built a football field for our teams to practice and play home games, and for our community. As an organization, we do not oppose the building of a new library in Windsor, but is this the best place and only place available for that library? Because that space is currently the only viable place for us to operate our football and cheer programs. We have invested tens of thousands of dollars, and with the school division's approval, turned what just used to be a field with a few trees into an athletic field when one didn't exist. We did this knowing that we do not own it, but for our kids, they needed a place to call home. Not only did we fund it, we continued to lease it during the season for more than $6,000 from the school division. We also maintain it. That includes mowing, seeding, watering, and painting before home games. Unfortunately, us on the south end of the county do not have the luxury of a Luter Sports Complex or a Nike Park. We rely solely on the volunteers from our community to come together and make this happen. I end with 3 questions before you vote yes and approve the new library as proposed. Number 1, will you ensure that the Windsor Wildcats' upcoming season or future seasons is not disrupted by the construction of the proposed library, and that our kids have a viable place to practice and host games within our established schedule? 2, are you going to commit to funding and building a football field at an alternative location within a reasonable proximity to the current field that includes the necessary amenities such as adequate parking for the hundreds of visitors that we draw at home games on Saturdays? On the layout of the proposal, where it says space for future turf field, is not you proposing or committing to building a new field? Also, where you have it located, so close to the baseball field outfield fence, does not allow the necessary room for opposing teams and spectators. 3, lastly, after the Wildcats organization has invested tens of thousands of dollars into the current football field, will you guarantee that the development and construction of a new field will be at no cost to the Windsor Wildcats Athletic Association? If the answer is no to any of those 3 questions, then I hope you seriously reconsider your proposal for the new Windsor Library. Mr. Ely, I know you're a supporter of our program, and I appreciate it, and hopefully you can help show them how valuable it is to our community on the south end that doesn't have a bunch of programs other than baseball, softball until we existed 2 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany Newberry.
Ready? Hi, everybody. I am Brittany Newberry. I live in District 5 near Walters Highway in Carsville. I am representing for the parents of the Windsor Wildcats. I'm a parent of 7 kids. I spend a lot of time deeply involved in our community throughout our schools, church, and youth activities. I'm here today not just as a parent, but as someone who sees firsthand what our children need to grow, stay active, and feel connected. I want to share my concerns about the proposal of the Place Library in this specific spot. This is not about being against a library. Education matters. Access to books matter. But what Windsor is truly lacking right now is space for our youth to thrive, physically, socially, and as a community. Right now, one of the only organization outlets we have is the Windsor Athletic Association. While it is a great resource, it is not accessible to everyone. It primarily serves children who play baseball and softball, and it doesn't offer any other sports. That leaves a large portion of our children without a safe, open place to play, practice, and simply just be kids. And we know the demand is there because in 2025 alone, 115 kids registered and played for Windsor Wildcats youth football and cheer. And that doesn't include the strong, consistent family engagement that came with it. At away games, we were even applauded for the level of support. Families traveled as far as Gloucester and packed the sidelines with more parents, extended family than most home teams. That kind of community turnout speaks volume about how much this means to our families. This space represents an opportunity to invest in our youth in a way that meets real and visible needs. A sports complex or a community recreation park would create access for all families, not just those in a specific program. It'll allow access for continued partnership, including year-round rental opportunities to organizations like the Wildcats, which could still generate revenue for the county. More importantly, it would create something we currently don't have, a central place for kids that can gather, where families can connect, and where our community can grow together. If you haven't experienced it, I highly encourage you to attend a Windsor Wildcat game or practice. You'll see the energy, the teamwork, the mentorship from coaches, and a sense of belonging these kids feel. The kind of environment is powerful, and we need more of it, not less of it. It's disheartening to think that we may take away an opportunity to expand this kind of community engagement and replace it with something that, while valuable, does not address the most pressing gap. I urge you to make a decision that reflects the real need of our community, because once this space is gone, the opportunity to invest in our children in this way may never come back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Amy Carr.
Good evening. My name is Amy Carr. I'm a fifth grade teacher at Windsor Elementary. I've been an educator for 25 years, and for the last decade, I have dedicated myself to hundreds of students in Isle of Wight. I am one of the teachers who drives 40 minutes through a neighboring school district to get here. I am a taxpayer in a city that pays their teachers significantly more than Isle of Wight does. My daily commute takes me past numerous schools where the drive is shorter and the compensation is higher. Yet, I choose to stay in Isle of Wight because my commitment to the students, my deep respect for my colleagues, who are with me tonight, and my belief in the vision this district holds for its community. Tonight, I am here to tell you that fully funding our schools is your most effective economic development tool. Property values are the engine of your county's revenue, and that engine is fueled by the reputation of our schools. You cannot protect one while neglecting the other. A revolving door of teachers is a silent killer of our school system's success. Students perform better when they have stable, long-term relationships with adults they trust. Frequent turnover breaks the curriculum coherence our schools rely on, leading to gaps in learning. When you underfund us, you aren't saving money. You are depreciating the county's most valuable asset. To protect your county's future, you must fully fund the school system's budget. Isle of Wight is currently in a war for teacher talent. When we are underfunded, we risk losing our best educators to neighboring districts. This is a massive hidden cost. It is far more expensive to recruit and train new staff every August than it is to retain the experts that we already have. It is necessary to fully fund the school system's budget so we can return to being a destination district for educators and families. In this economy, teachers are being financially forced to leave. I did the research. A teacher making $54,000 a year can afford less than 10% of the houses on the market in Hampton Roads. The median home price in this county is roughly $450,000. You are essentially telling your teachers you are good enough to help raise our children, but not wealthy enough to be our neighbors. Fully funding the school system's budget will attract dedicated educators and close educational gaps. My questions to you are, will you fully fund our budget, or will you make fully funding our budget a priority this year? Will you show your school system that you support the work that we do? I ask you to view this budget as a capital investment in this county's future. Please, find a way to fully fund our schools.
Give your address, please.
I'm in Suffolk, Virginia. I'm not comfortable with giving my full address.
Rick Beal.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Rick Beal. I own property in the District 4 in the Brewers Creek area, and including a residence there as well. What I would like to speak to you today is about the county permitting process, the experiences that I've had, and share those with me. I think it's important for you to know, but they're not only my experiences. As I talk to people in the county, they seem to be facing similar experiences as I have. You may know me by my grandfather, who was Carl Beal Sr., who developed Red Point Heights and donated the land for the Baptist Church, and the namesake Beal Park donated that land as also. You may also know me by my father, Carl Beal Jr., who was a local businessman and the mayor of Smithfield for some 15 years, quite a long time ago. You may also know me by my father-in-law, Bruce R. Spady, who is a prominent farmer in the county and longtime resident and committed to the community. For me, I have deep roots here. Been here a long time. From graduating in Isle of Wight County across the street with my wife and I a long time ago, and now we're coming back to the area. And we're looking to move back into the area. And, by way of my father-in-law is how we have come to own property here. We've been away for a long time. Worked in electronics technology. Has caused us to live in many different areas of the country and doing business on a global basis for the companies that I work for. But now we're looking to take advantage of the land that we have inherited by way of my father-in-law and his passing a few years ago, and look to move back here. And through this process, we are looking to make investments and improvements into the property and into the county, and kind of bring back the roots that we have that we left a long time ago, because we've always come back and we've never forgotten about the place that we grew up and live. We thought the county would be partners in this process, and we have found that not to be the case. We have found it to be much more adversarial than a partner, as we have tried to make improvements and make investments into, and plan to do investments in the property that we have. From simple things of repairing a dock in disrepair, to upgrading a bulkhead, to doing a manor cut on the property on the farm that we have. It's roadblock after roadblock after roadblock trying to get through. And this is not only our experience, but we've found similar experiences from talking to many different people about trying to do, working through this permitting process in the county. It's frustrating, it's arduous, it's inexpedient, and I guess I'm requesting for improving the benefit of both the county and the property owners for you to look into it and see if there's some improvements that can be made. It should be a process that helps us be better stewards of the land, of their land, our land, and not to create a gauntlet seemingly designed to thwart efforts to increase its livability and its value. The emphasis seems to be on blind compliance to generic rules or some other invisible rationale over applying common sense principles in servicing residents' needs. People that we work with generally seem to be nice and wanting to be helpful, but they don't seem to be empowered. It takes an extraordinary amount of time for no obvious reasons to get through the permitting process. You get piecemeal feedback. You don't get a full listing of the issues to address. You go cycle by cycle by cycle, and which extends it for a long time. There's some lack of transparency to the issues and irrelevant onerous requirements that keep coming up that have no bear, but you still have to do it. Thank you. So, thank you very much. I'm done.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you. All right, Ms. Shelley Perry.
My name is Shelley Perry, and I live at 13458 Melissa Drive. I'm here on the budget. After listening to a couple of people that I just heard a few minutes ago, I'm changing a little bit of my attitude here. A few months ago, I had a very bad scare. My neighbor rents out the house to some people that were working the outage. And one of the gentlemen that worked decided he was going to do a fire in a barrel and then go in and cook dinner and forgot about the barrel. Leaves caught it. It didn't do much damage to their yard, but it took almost my whole backyard. I came home to a ring of fire, and I'm not kidding. When I came home, there was actually a ring around my trees in my backyard of fire. I have never been so scared in my life as I was then. I had neighbors coming up trying to help. I had people that had already called the fire department. I was hysterical when I talked to the lady over the phone. I'm like, I have a gas grill on the back of my deck. I'm afraid it's going to explode if that comes any closer to my house. Firefighters there were in record time. To me, it felt like forever, but they were there in record time. I had Suffolk, I had Smithfield, and I had Carrollton. I had my whole street full of fire trucks. And they told me I was the third fire that day. And that was during our burn ban, by the way. I respected them so much. They were so caring, on the ball. They got there in record time. and yet they don't get paid a lot of money. Nobody calls them and says, by the way, it's Friday and it's Saturday and Sunday, don't come to work today. There's a snowflake in the area, don't come to work today. There's a spring break, you get 7 days spring break. Fires, paramedics, they don't get the breaks that some of the other people who want a large amount of budget does. They deserve what they go. They run into running buildings that are full of fire. They don't know if they're coming back. You can say that sort of about teachers too, with the way the kids are raised today. But look at the people. But look at the people that are losing their jobs. These companies that are going bankrupt, these people are losing their jobs, and some of them's been in there 20, 30 years. They would kill to have a job. If you've got a job, I don't think anyone in this room can tell me they make enough money. Not one person in this room can tell me they make enough money. Because you never make enough. There's always something. But you need, with this budget, you really need to sit down and put priorities out. We can't build schools and add all this to schools and give teachers raises and pay everybody else. I think your firefighters, your police, we're building more houses, more rooftops, more crime. We need more police on the road. We need more rescue. We got a wonderful hospital now. We need to utilize that, and hopefully a lot of us aren't going there because you only go there when you need to. But I think before you start giving in the demands, every year we go up. You've got a reassessment coming up. 5 cents is not going to help some of us that are on retirement. We're not going to be able to live in the city. We're not going to be able to live in the county. What are you going to do when you got all these houses with people going bankrupt because they can't afford it because the school's got to have everything. And everything else has to go by the wayside. But thank you for your time. Please, hopefully you'll give your firefighters and your others the money they need because we need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Martha Jackson.
Chairman Jefferson, to the other supervisors. My name is Martha Evans Jackson. I reside in District 3. I live in Smithfield, Virginia, on Cedar Street. Thank you, Administrator Robertson and your staff, for the hard work that you've done on your budget. We appreciate it. The County Board of Supervisors has a pivotal role in ensuring that our schools receive the funding they need to provide top-notch, second-to-none quality education for all students. By supporting and funding the school budget, you help invest in our community's future. You empower educators, and you give students the resources necessary to succeed. Every viable option for revenue streams should be explored. Options such as applying for state and federal grants, generating income through public-private partnerships, leasing or selling county-owned assets, or implementing fees for specific services. Additionally, encouraging local economic development can increase revenue from existing sources without raising taxes. These methods or methodologies help support essential services and investments while minimizing the financial burden on residents. By investing in our students, we build a much stronger community and a county that young people will want to come back to reside and serve in after completing college, starting their careers, or serving in the military. We need your help for our students because robust school funding ensures they receive a high quality education, access to essential resources, and opportunities for personal growth. By investing in their future, you help empower the next generation to succeed and contribute to a thriving community through their service on governing bodies and committees. I, along with many others, respectfully urge the board to approve robust funding so our schools can continue to thrive and meet the needs of every child. Quality education is the foundation of a strong, vibrant, resilient society. A quality education system serves as the foundation and cornerstone for creating a thriving, dynamic, vibrant, and enduring community. We have many bright lights and students that our students already shine. You will hear one of them tonight, Cole Mumford. You better hang on to your seats. Thank you so much for listening to my comments and my concerns.
Thank you. Next, we have Miss Jessica Brennan. Jessica?
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for your time. My name is Jessica Brandon. I'm a teacher at Windsor High School. After my speech, I'll give you a copy of the speech, the signatures of support, as well as my sources that I hope will convey that you don't have to choose between our amazing public safety and our school district. I'm here because there is a fundamental disconnect between the values this board claims to hold and the budget you have produced. We often hear this board supports our teachers and recognizes the dire need for capital improvements. If we agree that these needs are valid, we must move past the rhetoric and address a funding crisis that has been years in the making. Previously, the message was clear. In order to increase teacher pay, taxes would need to increase. Well, the proposed budget does include a tax increase, yet you still are failing to fully fund the school budget. You're forcing our school board to make an impossible choice. Do they fix crumbling infrastructure, or do they pay the professionals who teach our children? I challenge you to go through this budget with a fine-tooth comb. This board projected a fund balance of over $30 million in FY25. Out of a total budget of $117 million, you can't find a mere 3%, to fully fund our schools. Transparency is a requirement. If you cannot find that money, you owe it to our constituents to provide a line item explanation exactly why. We've heard the justifications. It's suggested this budget must compensate for reductions in other revenues, like the $1.2 million drop in machinery and tools tax due to the Keurig closure. But let's look at the full picture. While you point to a $1.5 million loss from Keurig and sales tax volatility, you're simultaneously projecting massive growth elsewhere. Real estate tax revenue is expected to grow by $1.7 million due to new residential and commercial developments, even without a rate hike. The car tax is expected to bring in another $1 million. Under your proposed 82-cent rate, real estate revenue alone is projected to jump by over 10%, $56.5 million. To suggest that a $1.5 million loss in a $117 million budget makes it impossible to fund our schools is mathematically disingenuous. Further, this isn't just a one-year issue. It's about a decade of decline. In 2016, the school funding sat at 35% of the county budget. By 2023, it dipped to 28.6%. Since 2021, the total loss in funding to our schools is over $20 million. We are asking you, at minimum, to bring us back up to the 35% level of funding that this county has already proven it can sustain. Finally, if you look at the 5-year cumulative pay increases in our region, while Norfolk and Chesapeake are sitting at 31% and Suffolk is at 28%, Isle of Wight is at the bottom at 19%. In that same window, inflation has risen 21%. By providing only a 19% increase, you have effectively given our staff a pay cut. Now we are only one of 4 districts out of 132 in the entire state of Virginia that is at or below that 19% mark. That isn't a large district or a small district problem. That's a leadership problem. To conclude, if you have not argued that our raises are not needed and your only argument is that the money isn't there,
but you are projecting or have projected a $30 million fund balance from FY25, and your own revenue projections show millions in new growth. That argument falls apart. Don't use schools as scapegoats for a tax increase or pit us against our public safety needs. If you won't, then find the 3%. Explain to teachers why their hard work is worth less here in Isle of Wight than anywhere else in the state of Virginia. Thank you.
Cole Mumford.
Good evening, board members. My name is Cole Mumford. I live in the 5th District. I have some papers for you if you would mind. I serve as the Windsor High School Student Liaison to Alawite County School Board. I am honored to represent all Duke students and to speak on behalf of all of my peers tonight. On March 19th, I addressed the Board of Supervisors, you all, to speak on a topic I am more passionate about than anyone can truly understand: our teachers deserving a higher pay increase. In the budget you recently developed, the requested number for this increase was not fully met, nor was even the budget as a whole. Instead, the burden was placed on the taxpayer, which we do not want. Here to just today, in about an hour window, I got 128 student signatures supporting my statement tonight, and I can hand that to you after. I'm here tonight not to point fingers, but to offer a solution. We are asking you to look over the over $110 million budget already produced for fiscal year 2025 and find the roughly $7 million needed to fairly compensate our educators. This is a much more responsible task for the taxpayer, and I believe it is what we all want. If we genuinely value our teachers and want this community to grow, there must be a real initiative to support them. Let's look at the numbers. The paper I handed out to you all. The Smithfield Times conducted a poll of over 700 dedicated community members. An overwhelming 92% of teachers believe teachers should be paid more. Additionally, 4% are in favor of raises as long as taxes are not raised, and 3% fully oppose raises. The community has spoken, and the support for this investment in our future is overwhelming. Consider the incredible impact our teachers have made so far. Because of their dedication, a small town school like Windsor High outperformed hundreds of others to rank just 19th in the entire state of Virginia based on statewide test performance. That is a remarkable achievement. 20 years ago, no one would have imagined Alawite County in the position we are in today. We have the ability to allow our county to grow to lengths that would put us on the map with major counties and compete with top districts in the state. Our teachers are the reason we are there today. Without this pay increase, we are at severe risk of losing highly qualified and top-performing teachers, some who have already left to pursue greater financial opportunities in other districts that outperform IWCS in teacher compensation by a massive margin. Please consider the value of teachers in Alawite County, and please work until they have enough financial security to stay here. We are not asking you to make them the most paid teachers in the state or even local districts. Just please compensate them to where we are in a competitive range to where we can have competitive pools this coming up year for hiring staff. While some cite financial constraints, I respectfully disagree. It is your responsibility to prioritize funds in a way that strengthens our community's foundation, teachers being the foundation. It is difficult to believe that an over $110 million budget again, that finding just $7 million for the people who educate our children is impossible. I urge you to have accountability and to be honest with your constituents. Finally, I encourage you to reach out to the community directly to see what they want. Use Dr. Kramer's many advisory boards as an example. Ask your constituents what they value for this budget, because at the end of the day, you serve them. On behalf of the students at WHS and of IWCS entirely, please give us the best teachers financially possible and give the outstanding teachers already in our halls what they have earned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Craig Brown.
Good evening, board members. Greg Brown. I live in Smithfield, Virginia. I've got 2 children in our schools, and I'm here representing Smithfield Middle School PTA and Hardy Elementary School PTA. I'd like to start off by acknowledging that you all have a difficult job to do, and some people are going to be upset with you no matter what. You must strike the best balance you can between providing the services that Isle of Wight County residents rely on while keeping taxes affordable. And that's all of the services: fire and rescue, paramedics, public safety, public works, healthcare, and our schools. And I appreciate all the work you've done with the school board in mitigating some of the worst issues facing our school system, such as replacing aging school buses and planning for the new West Side Elementary School. Unfortunately, it appears that we as a county have been underfunding our school system for years, if not decades. We should not have gotten to the point where we need to replace multiple school buses and replace multiple facilities and try to bring our pay scales up to competitive range with our neighbors all at the same time. You did not create these issues, and they did not happen overnight. But you are the ones sitting on the board now, and we need to ask you to address these issues. We are making progress on bringing our facilities and our equipment up to par, but the biggest component of our education system continues to be left behind, and that is the people that work in our schools every day. You have the results of the compensation study that shows not just that our educators, clinicians, and staff are underpaid, but by how much they are underpaid. Do we need to offer the highest wages in the region in order to attract and retain staff? No, probably not. But our wages need to be comparable to our neighbors, or no matter how much they enjoy working in Isle of Wight County, our employees will choose to work in another locality where their skills are more valued. Our educators and staff have been asking for the past several years to be compensated fairly for the value they provide, even if as they have watched our pay scale fall farther and farther behind those of our neighbors. The school system budget asks for, at a minimum, enough to provide raises for teachers and staff to start closing the salary gap that we have allowed to grow for far too long. The county's proposed budget does not provide enough funding to do this. I'm asking you to find enough funding to provide at least the requested minimum increase of just under $4.6 million, because if you don't, teachers are going to leave. And because keeping the employees you already have is actually less expensive than searching for, hiring, and training new employees, funding the requested increase is also the fiscally responsible thing to do. So I'm asking for you to do the right thing for our schools, for our county, for our employees, and for our children, and find a way to fully fund the requested school budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's it. Anyone that did not sign up willing to speak for citizen comments? Okay, thank you. Board members, do you all want to comment or wait till we entertain our budget at a later time? Or?
I guess the only thing that is that we're all on the same page and that the information, I think this is wonderful information, along with things like the residential revenue from residential development. I think we all need to know exactly what those numbers are. And some of the unfunded mandates that take away quite a bit, a percentage of that increase, if you will. We need that information at people's, as much as we can, on their fingertips. I like our constituents to be educated on what we're doing here. I want them to know exactly where all their money is. I'm troubled living in a county, I've lived here all my life. If this county has ever been or ever is mismanaged to the point where we can find money, means that you don't know where every dime of my money and my fellow citizens' money is. That's irresponsible. So with that, I would say we make sure we still have the checkbook online where people can follow that, Mr. Robertson? The county checkbook?
It's there. I don't know that that information is completely up to date.
Can we make sure that's there? I think it's important, not just our educators, first responders, but everybody in this county be educated on exactly where the money is. When we talk about fund balance, I think that's an important issue, to know what fund balance is about, to know how that may or may not affect things like your credit rating. We know that West Side has been something that's been definitely up on the radar. Hardy, we've got Hardy done, and if it wasn't for our credit rating, there's a good chance, or it would have been a tax increase, and I don't even know if we would have built Hardy at the time. So we'd already be way behind on that infrastructure. So I think it's also important, as much as we can, that we get out there the information, raw data, let them, no spin to it, on what it means to have a fund balance, what that fund balance should be, what is, Ms. Roundtree's brought up what our policy is. We have a discussion on why it is at that and what we do with the extra money at times. I call it extra money, money that's in savings, if you will. But I think the biggest thing is that we challenge ourselves and staff to make sure that information is out there for our constituents and our teachers and our employees.
And I would like to ask Mr. Robinson to actually talk to the citizens and let them know what the true intent and purpose of a fund balance is and when we actually utilize that money. It's not being utilized for normal operational expenses, right?
Yeah, I mean, the fund balance is, as best I can equate it to a person's personal financial account, it would be their savings account. And as a general rule, you don't use your savings account to pay for your normal ongoing or monthly bills. For example, you wouldn't use your savings account to pay for your electric bill or to pay for your groceries. Because if you do that, over time, you completely deplete everything that you have. So as a general rule, we use operating funds to address operating expenses. The operating funds are essentially the funds that we get from tax revenues, be it federal, state, and local tax revenues. As has been noted in some of the commentary, we're seeing increases in some areas. Unfortunately, we're seeing decreases in other areas that almost negate the increases that we're receiving. Those minor increases do not cover the requested increases that we've received with regard to the FY27 budget. So we have taken the time to step back and to look at what's a realistic proposal to this board for your consideration. Ultimately, you all make that determination as to how we'll address the upcoming budget, but from a staff perspective, we have tried to safeguard your savings account for those unforeseen emergencies. We also safeguard those funds because it is important to rating agencies when you look at borrowing money for whether it's a new school, a West Side replacement school, or any other type of capital project. The rating agencies look at how you manage your funds. They look at how you utilize your funds. They look at your practices, your budgeting practices. And so one of the things that they would want to see is a strong fund balance, a strong savings account, so that you can address unforeseen, issues, emergencies, but that you're also budgeting your operating account with regard to making sure that it's balanced and that you operate as efficiently as you can.
Okay, thank you.
I have a few comments.
Yes.
Yeah. First, before the Windsor Wildcats folks leave, the Windsor Library is not in the capital proposed budget this year, so. you
For a
guys-
while at least, but yeah,
I
that's
mean,
a really good.
might be in the future, but before you all leave, you don't have to worry about that this year. It's not there, so that's good news for you. Thanks for coming to speak.
It's actually in the proposed.
It's what?
It's actually in the proposed.
In the budget, capital budget summary?
Engineering.
Yeah, the Windsor Library.
Is the engineering part,
Discussion
right?
for a year.
We're
As,
doing that.
as the engineering, not to build the whole thing, so you can engineer something and then wait a while until you build it, I would say. Regarding the checkbook online and how much money we have to spend for this coming fiscal year budget, I would say that we don't really know yet because we haven't gotten our audit back. And I understand from the auditor, because I called them this week, that it's going to be another 30 days until that's closed out because they didn't get the materials for the audit until December. And yes, they've had, ongoing questions back and forth, but I think that's a big hole for us. It's a blind spot when it comes to knowing exactly what we have to spend. I'm not laying blame there at all. I'm saying this is where we are. Typically, we get audit results back, and you'd have your checkbook, and you'd kind of know how much money we had to spend. Typically, you'd get that back in December, but again, we put in the reports in December, so we don't have it back yet because we fell behind everyone else and all of their taxes and everything else that our audit firm has to do. I would agree that a savings account is not typically used for ongoing bills and operations, but, I've used my savings account to cover ongoing bills. Desperate times kind of call for desperate measures sometimes, especially when you know that things are coming up, like a reassessment that only happens here every 4 years. And although I know the reason that we do the reassessment is not to increase, money coming in and revenue, but we know that it does every time. That's a consequence that happens. I know that I don't keep 5 cars in the driveway when I only have 2 drivers. So I think if we have a fiscal policy to keep 15% of our total county budget in unassigned fund balance, I think the credit agencies and the ratings folks, expect us to live by our policy and not keep nearly double that amount in unassigned funds. I also, just my final comment that I want to see, because I saw it this week on social media, is just for clarification purposes. Isle of Wight County does not charge M&T tax on farm equipment. Never have and do not currently, as misstated in the newspaper by someone from Surrey. So, thank you.
Mr. Hilly, you got any comment?
Couple of them. With the Wildcats, I understand their concerns. I've been to several games, and they are correct in saying if you put a library there, you can forget about having a football game there. There's not enough room, nowhere near. I mean, you got, sometimes it's 200, 300 people out there or more. And I have asked, I have suggested us looking at other areas in the town of Windsor. I have asked the town of Windsor, and it seems like we can't get a response back. It's not that that's the only place to put it. I think there's other places that would probably be better, but that's my opinion. Anyway, like you said, it's just going out for engineering now, so it won't be built this year. And hopefully we can talk about it a little bit further, and maybe we could find a better place, I'm hoping. The schools, the safety, I understand where everybody is coming from, and I agree, I do agree with everybody. We are in a deficit as far as salaries. Like the person got up here a while ago said, it just didn't happen. It just didn't happen. It's been going on for a while. And it's come to the time where we don't have much choice. We're going to have to make an adjustment. And it's going to have to be made. Most of it's going to be made this year. I'm not saying it's going to be good or bad or indifferent. It's going to have to be done. And I think we're going to have to find ways that we can come together and maybe find some income outside of where we've been looking to make this happen. Hopefully we can. So, I mean, that would be up to and your people, Robson, and us also look hard to see where we were and what we can go to. And I understand why they don't want to go to what people call the rainy day fund. That's not a good place to go to when you know you have to go back the next year, and whatever you do with it, if it's reoccurring, that means that money still has to come back again the following year. It has to come from somewhere. It's hard to depend on something else taking that place. So I understand that point. But there is money there, and whether we use it or don't use it, I mean, that's a decision that we will have to make, and hopefully we make the right decision. so, that's all I got.
Gardner?
Your comment at this time.
Mr. Jefferson, if I may, just one last thing. You mentioned social media, just for clarification. There's been, on social media, there's been some discussion about board members having family that work for the schools. I do have a family member that is a school teacher. He's only been here 3 years, 2 or 3 years. That was part of the group when they were offered the job. After they were offered the job, I got the phone call and said, Uncle Joel, I was supposed to give you a call, I'm just curious. They're offering a bonus for sign-on, and I was told I don't get it. And I said, well, I don't understand. She said, well, I'm being told that because I have a letter of, and I'm not on the school board, I've got a letter, I'll sign a letter of offer and not a contract, no, letter of offer, I don't qualify for the bonus. I said, but did you sign a contract? No. I said, well, then ask. And then as it turned out, didn't get the bonus, which was hard. But this individual went through our school system. A lot of our, as educators have been here tonight, loves the school system, is dedicated to the school system, sees the vision, and stays here. This individual has a master's degree, and I know there's probably somebody in the community says you don't need to have a master's, but this person has a master's degree, only makes $50,000 a year with a master's degree. Yes, that's a choice this individual made, but I guess the reason I bring that up is, yes, I do have a member of my family that works for the schools, there you go. So in case social media wants to talk about it, there you go, it's out front, I have nothing to hide.
Well, to go along with that, Mr. Avery, I think several of us in here have family that
Same.
work for the school.
Well, I mean, I
you're
saw it
one of
out
the
there.
largest employers in Alawite County, so,
Right.
you know, it's just,
I think it's a small county, and it would be hard for any of us not to have relatives that work for
Well,
the
with
schools, because it's a
social
large
media,
employer.
Yeah.
we're on the take,
Yeah.
and there's money to be found, and you just go on. And I saw that, and when it talks about family, that hits home. So I thought I would at least,
yeah.
social media, address that and say, yes, I do have a family member that's a school teacher.
Mr. Aker, I'm glad you said that because I've been getting a black mark for the last month or so. But I have 4 people in my family that work for Isle of Wight County Public Schools. For the last 13 years, I've served on this board, and this board and other boards have done all we could do, all we could afford to help out the schools. Like Mr. Illy said, we didn't get this way over last year. This built up over years and years, but nobody actually complained. We're not in charge of the school board. School board need to take initiative to make sure you all get what you want to get. We provide the funding, and it's up to them to direct the funding where it needs to go. So we're gonna do our best to fund the school. Whether we can do it all at one time, that's to be seen, but we will do our best. And Mr. Robinson, the next item is, Mr. Bill came up, and he talked about maybe a permitting issue. Could you have staff look into that?
Sure.
And see if we actually have a problem?
Sure.
And I don't know if Mr. Bill's still here, but I'd like to have a moment to speak to him. I just want, if you can contact staff, maybe get in touch.
We would like to know his address, so we can look into it.
Did he already leave?
Yes.
I think he did. All right, I'll see if we can, see if I can make contact with him.
Well, I mean, if you want some more, I got about 10 more in the last week.
Well, he's in
Same-
my
same-
district, so I'd like to talk
Same
to him.
problem.
And of course,
Yes, and
know
if
the
we
family.
charge him taxes, we have his address.
And one last thing, when we talk about the fund balance, we are in the process of buying, we're buying a new fire truck, probably $1.3 million. We're buying new ambulances. All of those funds will be coming out of that fund balance for capital purposes, not being utilized for operational purposes within the county. So that's one reason why we've been advised by our financial advisors, do not use fund balance money for operational purposes. Okay? That's all I have. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Mr. Robinson?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, we have several items under consent. for your consideration tonight.
You want to take a break? Just take a break? Just let them leave?
You want to do it now or wait till he finishes consent?
I'll go ahead and take a break.
Take a break, all right? We'll take a 10-minute break.
Be good. Just let
Take a 10-minute
everybody,
break.
the ones that want to leave, let them leave, and
right, we'll reconvene.
Sure, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Agenda.
So, Mr. Jefferson, under consent, we have a few items. Item A is the opioid settlement. As you will recall, we've received various settlements over time. This is yet another situation where several companies have settled, and we will be receiving a monetary settlement.
It's a one, it's, to put it in perspective, when we reached the global nationwide settlement for Walmart was $3.1 billion. This global settlement's $97 million. It's a very small settlement for very small remnant defendants. We will receive a one-time payment of about $8,900.
If a citizen had a question about what that means or what that is, where would they find how it affects Isle of Wight County?
So, as far as the settlement documents are online under when we put them on as they had come in, the bottom line is almost all of the settlements are designed that the ones that are coming in over time or the one-time payments are to be used in a purpose that would help abate the opioid epidemic. That can be training for EMS, fire, Narcan, drug court. And again, we've made use of some of the funds. Most of them are sitting in a designated account, trying to determine. The drug court is one that has been shown to have real benefits to our citizens that have gotten into issues with addiction, and that is starting to expand, and we'll be bringing, the court system is monitoring that, and I anticipate in the next year, they're going to be bringing some more for that. But what this is just the resolution to authorize this additional settlement to be entered into by the county.
All right. Mr. Chairman, the next item is the National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. This week is designated for that honor. We actually have some telecommunicators here tonight. I'm going to ask them if they would stand just briefly, Mr. Miller and some of his staff. These are the folks, when Ms. Perry was talking earlier about frantically calling dispatch because she had a fire at her home. These are the folks who take those calls. These are the folks who sometimes are taking the calls when people have the worst day possible. But they very calmly, professionally handle those calls, get our public safety professionals to show up on the scene, or our volunteers to show up on the scene and resolve those issues. And so we certainly want to thank them for all the hard work, for the long hours, for the sometimes sleepless nights that they endure in conducting the work that they do. And so we really want to appreciate them and honor them on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's a resolution in your agenda for adoption in that regard. There is a minor revision to the bylaws for the Fair Committee. It is simply the elimination of an office that is no longer filled, the treasurer's spot. Our staff essentially handles those functions, and so they've requested that position be deleted.
There are several red line areas in this
In the
bylaws
bylaws, yeah.
document. Regular meetings, deadlines for things. It's not just duties of the treasurer, but
It was, they changed where their meetings, they hold them at the courthouse, but if they have an alternate site, it used to be the 4-H extension, and they've just said, or other suitable county offices, because they'd have to publish where their meeting's gonna be, so they didn't want to be tied just to the old 4-H center. And I think that was it.
there's number of members on the executive committee.
Oh, that's because
Duties.
the
Right.
treasurer came off, so
Yeah.
it reduced the number.
I get that. Duties of the fair board from February to July is the deadline. I mean, there's There's other stuff in here that changed. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying it'd be disingenuous to say that only one thing changed.
Okay, Ms. Robinson.
Okay. The next item was, or is rather, a grant that our sheriff's office will be receiving. It is to hopefully eliminate and prevent auto theft. There's a grant amount of $4,900, and there are several sets of minutes from your work sessions, regular meetings, and your joint meeting with schools.
Okay, thank you. Board members,
Make a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
any readiness? Hearing none, Madam?
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. We'll move on to regional and intergovernmental reports. Anyone have anything today? Hearing none, we'll move on to appointments. Ms. Roundtree?
Yes. I'd like to reappoint Gary Terwilliger for District 1 Board of Building Appeals.
Any readiness? Madam?
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. That's your only appointment.
I'd also like to appoint Christy Sutphin to the Chamber of Commerce.
Any readiness? Madam?
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes.
And finally, for me tonight, I'd like to appoint Dale Scott to the Fire Rescue Advisory Board.
Madam?
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. Come, Joel.
I'd like to reappoint Ms. Melinda Shortridge to the Commission of Adults with Disabilities.
Madam?
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. It's the only one, Joel. Mr. Gardner?
Yes. Yes.
You have a appointment.
No.
Mr. Ely?
No. No, I don't.
No appointment. And I would like to reappoint Ms. Gwendolyn Sykes to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. I'd like to reappoint Mr. James Ford to the Economic Development Authority.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. All right.
Mr. Chairman, just so there's no confusion, when we appoint someone to the Board of Zoning Appeals, I have to file a petition with the Circuit Court. While all the other appointments take effect, that one will take a little while, but we will do that immediately.
Okay. Sounds good.
Don, the reappointment for the one that I had, you gonna look into that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I think you took care of that, but we'll clear that
We're
up.
good.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, now we get into a special presentation, VDOT update.
Mr. Chairman, we had scheduled VDOT. They were unable to be here tonight, but Ms. Oliver is here and certainly would provide an opportunity for you all to give us any feedback that you have and we'll convey to VDOT. We do expect that they will be at your next regular meeting.
Right.
So,
Unfortunately, the Franklin residency is going through some staff adjustments at the moment. Both the residency administrator and the assistant administrator position are unfilled at this time. The interim staff was unable to attend tonight. However, they will be available next month, and they'll be here to speak to us about the 6-year plan. If you had any concerns that you'd like me to take back to them, I can certainly do that, or you're welcome to email them to me, and we'll convey that to them, or they'll be here next month.
Ms. Oliver, can you say for the public, who specifically, I know you tell us this all the time, but who specifically to contact for specific road area, problems, trees that are over roads, ditches that are full, and et cetera, that I guess deter farmers from being able to do the work as they plant and get into their busy season?
Sure, so if there's general maintenance concerns on a public road or a public right-of-way, they would reach out to VDOT. There's several ways they can do that. We encourage people to call 1-800-4ROAD, which is FORROAD.
However, they can also go onto the VDOT website, and up in the upper right-hand corner of the homepage, there's Report a Problem, and you would go to Report a Road Condition, and there's several ways that you can do that through the website as well. It is a call center that you're reporting to, and when you call them on the phone, you get a work order number or a confirmation number. We encourage our citizens to keep that confirmation number. Usually, we encourage them to call themselves, because when you put your contact information in there, they contact you directly back with a response to your concern. But if you have any issues or feel like it wasn't addressed appropriately with that work order number or confirmation number, we can help engage with VDOT with you to try to get that resolved for you.
Thank you so much.
George, Shelley? Carter? All right.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the next item is Suffolk Transit. We appreciate the fact that you all were able to visit and check out the new bus. We're excited about that partnership, and so Ms. Oliver is going to give us some information about that.
If I can figure out how to get the presentation version open. Our second presentation tonight is also transportation related. You may have had a chance to go out and tour the bus that was out front for a little while. We're excited to announce the kickoff of our new partnership with Suffolk Transit and the bus route that'll get started in Windsor in a couple weeks. It's been named the Peanut Express. The county does already enjoy some limited public transportation services in the northern DSD that have routes on Route 17 and Route 10. Those services are provided by the City of Newport News and HRT. But as part of our comp plan and the strategic transportation planning that we continue to do, we've tried to look for ways to grow these opportunities for our citizens, and we think this is an important next step. So tonight we have the Suffolk Transit Manager here to give a short presentation and an overview on the Suffolk Transit program, as well as our specific portion of that. And there's also some handouts at your seat that have additional information.
Good evening, Chairman and the board. My name is Maria Tukowski. I am the transit manager for the city of Suffolk, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about our system and what we are bringing to the city, the town of Windsor. Use the arrows. All right, so who is Suffolk Transit? So Suffolk Transit was established on January 2nd of 2012. It is a public transportation system, which means it's open to anybody. Anybody can use it. We have fixed route bus service and ADA paratransit service. We have a downtown office off of East Washington Street, and then our downtown transfer hub with bathrooms where you can catch buses. There's benches, bike rack right near a trail is our big hub on Main Street right in downtown Suffolk. So what do? We currently operate 6 fixed routes. You can see them on the map here. We cover a big portion of the downtown part of Suffolk. We also have a connector route that connects the downtown part of Suffolk through Chesapeake Square to northern Suffolk, and then we actually have a northern Suffolk fixed route as well. We have over 179 active bus stops, and our current service operates Monday through Friday from 6:30 to 8:30, and then on Saturdays from 7:30 to 4:30. Our Suffolk fares right now, if you have been filling up your car with gas recently, you'll see that our all-day pass is less than a gallon of gas currently. The way that this works is an all-day pass literally means that. You can get on and off that bus as many times as you want to for $3 if you're an adult, $2 if you're a student, $1.50 if you're a senior, and if you're a child less than 5, it's free. And I mean literally all day. You could ride the bus you could go from downtown Suffolk to Chesapeake Square to northern Suffolk and back and forth and all of that, and you're still just going to pay $3. It's a very affordable way to travel these days. On top of that, we have what we call bus tracking through Spot. So that is an app that you can actually download on your smartphone, as well as a website that can be web-based that you can pull up either on a phone or on a computer. This particular tracking app allows you to see in real time where your buses are at all times. So you can have that sense of confidence and security, especially as a brand new transit rider, that your bus is not going to leave you. You can click on a bus stop and it'll actually give you an estimated time in which that bus is going to arrive to you. This, I find, helps people just feel a little bit more confident. We can push out service alerts if there's detours because of traffic or accidents, if we've had to do something because weather conditions cause us to change the way we're doing our routes. All of that is in the palm of your hand. Suffolk Transit buses, as you saw, there is one out there. These are not what you think of when you think a transit bus. It's not a big 40-foot, huge, like New York City bus that we think of. And I think one of those was in one of the Facebook posts, and it was like a Suffolk County, New York bus. And I was like, no, people are gonna freak out. These are these very cute little buses. They are all ADA accessible with wheelchair lifts. They can accommodate up to 2 wheelchairs at a time. The lifts are even available to people if they have ambulatory issues where it's tough to walk upstairs. So we do make it so it's very, very accessible for anybody to ride. Each bus is also equipped with a bike rack in the front, and this is able to carry 3 bikes at a time, which allows those first and last mile connections if you're a little bit further away from a bus stop than walking distance. So, what's happening here in Windsor? We are very proud to introduce the Peanut Express. This route name was determined actually by us doing a route name competition that we put out to the public so that they could submit names for this bus route so they could feel a sense of ownership and excitement in being a part of this from the very beginning. So starting May 4th, the Peanut Express is going to provide bus trips between the city of Suffolk and the town of Windsor. It is a operating route of 6 hours, Monday through Friday currently, with 2 morning trips, 2 midday trips, and 2 evening trips. It is designed a little bit more like a commuter route, so you can get from point A to point B quick without having a multitude of stops in between. As you can see, we are starting at our Godwin Park and Ride in the city of Suffolk, which is also a transfer point for our green route. We will provide service to OBC Hospital. We will be able to provide service to the Western Tidewater Free Clinic, to Lakeview Medical Center. We will be stopping at Gwaltney Way, Shirley T. Commerce Park. We will go to the Food Lion, and I've talked with the manager of Food Lion. She's very excited about this. We're going to put in a bus stop, and we're seeing what we can do to make it a true bus stop out there. And then it'll come to the Windsor Town Transit Park and Ride, which is actually at Georgie Tyler Middle School. We have a nice bus shelter out there. This will be a place that if you want to be able to park your car and not have to drive for the day, you can park your car and you can get on the bus. And you can save that gallon of gas. It is not far from the community center, of course, as well. So we do believe that we're going to give residents some access to areas that they wouldn't necessarily have before. Public transportation is it's a vital resource for people, especially if they are individuals that don't have the ability to get places. It provides a sense of independence and the ability to be able to do things for yourself. We have so many riders that rely on us every day to get to medical appointments, to their jobs, we have people that will get to school. I mean, it's amazing the things that happen with a transit system. So we were very, very excited to be doing this with you all, and I'm really hoping that you guys will get a chance to maybe hop on the bus at some point. That's this route. And we are actually also introducing the Seaport Express on the same date. This route actually provides service between the city of Suffolk and Portsmouth. The meeting point of this route is the same place as the Peanut Express, so you could essentially catch the bus from Windsor and you could go all the way to Portsmouth to Victory Crossing if you so desire, which is right near the casino, which could be a draw for some people. It's near TCC out there if you're someone that's trying to get to community college. So there's endless connections that can now be made with the addition of this service here in Windsor. I remember when I started with Suffolk Transit in 2012, receiving an email from the town of Windsor saying, how do we get transportation here? So to be standing here today with the fact that this is actually happening is a really, really exciting thing. And I'm really excited to bring this to you guys. So this route is also a commuter route. This one's 7 hours a day, 3 trips in the morning, 2 midday, 2 evening. This is going to connect out to Victory Crossing, which is a big HRT hub, which means now you can go even more places in the region. And on the other side of this, it's our industrial side of 58, where there's a lot of different distribution centers, so lots of jobs. So we're providing access not only to medical appointments, but to a lot of jobs as well. So we're hoping that this will really just help everybody everywhere. Regional connections are really, really important, and we've been trying really hard to form more of those as we've been growing our system. That is all I have. Just a little bit about ADA paratransit, if you're not familiar with that. Fixed route transit it's a bus stop, a bus comes. ADA paratransit is for people that are unable to stand at a bus stop or don't have access to that due to a disability. You can fill out an application, it gets certified by your doctor, and that provides a door-to-door service. So we allow access for every individual of every ability to be able to catch the bus. We view our system as a community. We will look out for you. No person is ever left behind. And we take a lot of pride in treating everybody with a sense of dignity and really helping them get where they need to go. So thank you all. I'm very excited to be partnering with you guys on this, and I'll take any questions if you have them.
How close is it to Portsmouth Casino?
It is literally, we drive past, right next to it.
Okay.
Literally right next to it.
You said TCC, so I figured it must be close.
Oh, no, it's close. It's definitely close.
Anybody else have any questions?
If you get on it, say you get on at Wednesday and you go to Suffolk, how long would it take you to get back to Wednesday?
So we have so we have a route that runs at 5:30. It'll get you to Windsor at 6:30, and you'd have an hour that you could go, and you could catch the bus at 7:30 to come back.
Okay, so you got about an hour.
About an hour, yeah, and then
All of them about an hour?
all about
each
it, yeah,
time?
about an hour, yes.
Okay.
And the hope is we of course want this to be very popular, and if it is, there's endless possibilities.
Right, I understand.
Okay.
All right.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize, there was an oversight on my part. When we were recognizing the telecommunicators, the sheriff had some information that he wanted to share, and I didn't know if you would be willing to allow him to come forward with that.
Oh, sure.
I apologize.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, fellow supervisors, Sheriff Clark, and Chief Winley. Thank you for the resolution that was done for telecommunicators. I have a letter here. I'm representing the Emergency Communication Board, and we'd like to share this letter with our staff. Isle of Wight County Emergency Communication Center, Emergency Communication Center Board, which represents, on that board, Mr. Robinson, the two town managers, Mr. Stallings, and Mr. Saunders, the two police chiefs, Chief Riddle and Chief Howell, of course, Chief Winley and Chief Kerr. Telecommunication Week, April 12th through April 18th, 2026. Dear Director Miller and staff, it is a great pleasure that we celebrate the men and women of Isle of Wight County Dispatch Center. This week, communities across the country are expressing their profound gratitude to those who help keep citizens and first responders safe. Your relentless attention to detail and your ability to remain calm during chaos provide reassurance to those responding to every call. Because of you, they can do their jobs with greater confidence, knowing you're always there for them. We could not deliver the essential services for our community, which depends on you doing a steadfast professional job. Your role is vital. You are the first of the first responders, helping to save lives when seconds matters most. Please know that we are not only recognizing you this week, but we appreciate you every day. On behalf of the ECC Board of Directors, thank you for a job well done. Sincerely, James R. Clark Jr., Sheriff, Chairman, ECC Board. Again, that's a personal note. These ladies and this young man here do an outstanding job each and every day. Been working with them for years. The definition of dependable and reliable is these folks right here. And that's a note, come on right here so they can see your face. Dispatch Pamela O'Berry was American Legion Post 49 Dispatcher of the Year awarded last Tuesday. So thank you all so much.
All right. Well, County Attorney, you got a report?
Mr. Chairman, just one item. I wanted to take this opportunity because Mrs. Denny is here at the meeting, and she has been here quite a bit over the last few months doing a job that's not typically hers. And all the minutes that you have seen recently that have dates from meetings past have been her work, and she has gone above and beyond what is required to be the assistant to the county attorney, because she has been an assistant to this board and administration, and I just wanted to let the people know how hard she has worked and how much she's appreciated.
Thank you. We appreciate it as a board, too. All right, I guess we'll move on into public hearings. Wireless communication tower.
Mr. Chairman, board members, good evening. My name is Cordell Benson. I'm a planner for community development. As was stated, the public hearing item before you is Scotts Factory Road Verizon Communication Tower. The tower is located at 31-01-003. The election district is Election District 3. The zoning for the property is RAC, or Rural Agricultural Conservation. And the purpose is to receive a conditional use permit to construct a 197-foot tall monopole-style wireless communication tower and to withdraw 10,000 square feet of the property from the Courthouse Agricultural and Forestry District. Some background on the property: it was originally created in 1948 and was sold in 1978 to the current owner, and it has never been, or it has only been used for agricultural and silvicultural purposes up until this point. The 10,000 square feet being used for the site is just a small portion of the 125 current acres on the property, and that 10,000 square foot area was that is being designated for the tower has been submitted for removal from the Agricultural and Forestry District. It was proposed to the advisory committee, and they recommended removal from the district. This is the location map of the site. A couple of things to note on the map. You can see here there's utility lines or power lines going through part of the property, which has consists of about 15 acres of utility easement currently on the property. You can see Scotts Factory Road would be this road right here going down. Carroll Bridge Road is right here, just kind of as a reference point. The proposed site would be to have an easement off of the road along the property line up here, going into the woods up at the northern section of the property, into the wooded area. And then one other thing that we'll talk about later is there's a historical house located right here on the site across the street. So the future land use map shows rural agricultural conservation as the primary designation throughout this area, with only economic or environmental conservation being these green areas, and that's mostly streams and waterways and wetlands. The zoning map shows similarly RAC as primarily the designation in the area, with a little bit of RR, NC, and GC zoning in the surrounding areas. This is a picture of the property looking to the northern area. That tree line that you see in the middle of the picture would be along where the easement would be going into the woods. This is a western view of the property looking into the woods at the approximate location of the 10,000 square foot area where the tower would be located. This is the fluorescent pole that our ordinance requires to be placed in order to note the location of the tower for anyone driving by who wanted to get an idea of where it would be located. And then a few other pictures of the proposed area that would be turned into the 10,000 square foot site. The tower is, as I stated earlier, a 197-foot monopole communication tower and is intended to increase data speeds and signal quality for Verizon customers along the 7-mile gap currently in Verizon service along Courthouse Road. The land currently is being used for multiple different purposes. As I noted earlier, there's about 15.4 acres being used as a utility easement for those power lines, but there's also the 62 acres being used for agricultural land, 30 acres for woodlands, 16 and a half for pasture lands, and that's all in addition to the home site that's on the property. And the proposed location, again, is near a historical site. Right across the road, there's a historical home there. The comp plan calls for rural agricultural conservation, as the map showed earlier, for this property, and the proposed use is consistent with the future recommended land use designation. There's two parts of the ordinance that we have to look at for towers in this case, communication towers. The first is pertaining specifically to communication towers, and the second is to conditional use permits as a whole. So the first is that of the towers. In section 5-5007, subsection D, it outlines requirements for the tower itself, and the applicant met and acknowledged all the requirements and responsibilities for a communication tower that are outlined in that section. You can see some of the examples here. I outline the full list in my staff report. Subsection 10 of the ordinance outlines factors to be considered specifically when granting conditional use permits for towers, such as the height of the proposed tower, the nature of the use of adjacent nearby properties, and availability of suitable existing towers or other structures as alternatives in case that there is a better option instead of constructing a whole new communication tower. Switching to section 1-1017 of the ordinance, this is outlines the standards for review of a conditional use permit for the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors that they must consider in granting a conditional use permit. These include things that you've heard before, which would be the endangered of public health or safety and general welfare. Does the ingress and egress minimally impact traffic congestion, just things of that sort. And then also that the board may also impose conditions or limitations in conditional use permits. This has been used before for things such as to propose operation hours for certain conditional uses, to impact the effect of odors, dust, gas, smoke, fumes, vibrations, glares, noises, and other such impacts on the surrounding properties, but also for things like the preservation of cultural and historical resources and landmarks. When we reached out to different agencies, we got a couple of responses back with regards to this application. The Isle of Wight County Museum specifically stated that the site should be investigated with a cultural resource survey because it was close to the historical site across the road. Virginia Department of Transportation gave comments, but they were more advice for moving forward, such as any utility installation within the public right-of-way will need to be owned and maintained by a public utility company, and notes of that sort. You can read the full list there. But then we were also contacted engineering, fire and rescue, and public utilities, and they had no concerns or comments on this application. Given all that information, staff noted 5 strengths and 1 weakness with this proposal. The strengths include the application provides a needed service for underserved and unserved residents in rural areas of the county. Another would be that the project area is only a small portion of the 125 acres, that the nearest home address is nearly 900 feet away, that the tower is located 495 feet from the road, and that the use is permitted within the current zoning and future land use. The only weakness that we noted was what Isle of Wight County Museum noted, which is that there is the potential for archaeological resources on the site. So the recommendations that have come down, the Agricultural and Forestry District Advisory Committee recommended withdrawal of the 10,000 square foot site from the Courthouse Agricultural Forestry District back in March, on March 4th. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval for the conditional use permit and also recommended the withdrawal from the 10,000 square foot site back in March on the 24th. And staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit with the following condition, mainly that the applicant must submit a phase 1 cultural resource survey before submitting submission of a site plan. And the applicant is here today for questions if you have.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, my name is Drew DeStanislaw. I'm Virginia Counsel for this project. I would like to introduce you tonight to Corporate Counsel for Arcola Towers. That's Mr. Jonathan Yates, and he'll be presenting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You guys have a tough job, and ladies. Jonathan Yates here tonight with my boss, Ryan Foltz of Arcola Towers. First and foremost, you've been thanking people tonight. I got to really thank some people.
Cordell and everyone I've worked with at this county has been phenomenal. During the course of this process, Cordell got 99 to 100 stupid questions from me. He never laughed at me, treated me with the utmost courtesy and professionalism, and I want to thank him. Mr. Administrator, you got good folks.
Thank you.
And it's a reflection on the chair and all the supervisors. I also have to thank Mr. George Holmes Martin and his wife Pat. Verizon, they have a definite need out there. They put Ryan to work to find a way to fix the need, and Ryan found a place that was not only exactly where they wanted it to be, but an incredible piece of property. 125 acres. You heard it was sold in 48. That was to his daddy. You heard it was sold in 78. That was to George. His daddy bought it in 48. He farmed the property for corn, peanut, and soybeans. Since that time, George is a little lazy. He has Sean Darden is farming the property. But an interesting piece of property for us in that where Verizon needed to be, and we were able to achieve something else we'd like to achieve. If you go out and see George's property, you got the beautiful farmland, you got his house, which is beautiful, and this is wild. I won't tell you how old he is. He had a birthday 2 weeks ago. He's lived on that property all but 5 years of his life, so he knows it. But you have this major Dominion power line. So what we like to do when possible is what we call utility with utility. We're coming in with wireless infrastructure. And what I also loved about this meeting tonight, you recognize Telecommunication Week. Very important, very important. What we're bringing in, you already have power utility on the property. We're bringing in wireless infrastructure. What does that mean? It means folks can make phone calls. They can look at whatever they're looking at on the internet. You know, as I was sitting here tonight, most of the time, either people who listen to you are playing on their phones. I don't know what they're doing all the time. But the most important thing, and we saw it tonight, is effective access to 911 first responders, whether it be fire, police, EMS. You have the IW alert notification system, but it really works a lot better if your phone's working. So people joke about me that it takes me 6 minutes just to say my name, and I know your night is long, but I want to again thank the staff. I want to thank the Martins, and I'm here for any and all questions you may have about this very important facility. Thank you all.
Thank you. Public hearing is hereby declared open. Anyone willing to speak for or against? Hearing none and seeing none. Public hearing is hereby closed. Board members?
Second.
I'll make the motion to approve the application with conditions listed.
Okay. Any readings? Hearing none. Madam?
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. The next public hearing will be battery energy storage system.
Joel.
You schooled him when he came up in here.
Good evening, board members. My name is Amy Ring. I'm the county's Community Development Director. The next public hearing item for you tonight for your consideration is the county's proposed battery energy storage system ordinance. As you may recall, in February of 2024, the Board of Supervisors established the Energy Task Force, or ETF for short, to assess current energy infrastructure, remaining capacity of high voltage transmission lines, potential future energy generation projects, emerging energy technologies, and other related items and their potential impacts on the county. The ETF, at the end of their discussions, selected battery storage and data center facilities as being top priorities for the county to assess. Following their recommendations, staff developed a draft ordinance based on models from several other different localities in the state, including performance criteria from the county's own existing solar facility ordinance. So from between June 2025, when staff first introduced the draft ordinance to Planning Commission, till January 2026, when the Planning Commission held its public hearing, the Planning Commission discussed and refined the ordinance requirements. They actually held their public hearing on February 24th and recommended approval to the Board of Supervisors following additional discussion. So just a summary of the draft ordinance. The Battery Energy Storage System Ordinance, or what we will call BESS for short, is required to follow the utility scale solar energy generation facility criteria that already exist in our ordinance under the major utility section of the supplemental use regulations in the zoning ordinance. And so BESS would actually be included as a major utility service type, which is listed in section 3-4000 of the zoning ordinance, which states that major utility types are a service of a regional nature, which normally entails the construction of new buildings or structures, such as generating plants and sources, electrical switching facilities and stations, substations, community wastewater treatment plants, water supply and production, and those types of major regional service facilities. They could also include electric, gas, and other utility transmission lines of a regional nature that are not otherwise reviewed and approved by the Virginia State Corporation Commission. So we will require a conditional use permit in every zoning district. However, they also must be located outside the DSD, be wholly located within a 2-mile radius of existing substations and/or high-voltage transmission lines, and they also shall be limited to a maximum of 2% of the total number of prime farm soils and soils of statewide importance. So real quickly, the main sections of the draft ordinance include definitions. So we identify and define terms that are not elsewhere defined in our ordinance, like batteries, battery energy storage systems, cells, and dedicated use buildings. We also go over the application requirements for these types of facilities. We include that they have to meet our existing solar facility criteria as well as other types of standards, which include a different kind or an enhanced emergency management plan. They also have to meet enhanced setbacks, landscaping requirements, and public safety standards, noise studies, both pre and post-construction, as well as the same decommissioning requirements as we require of the solar energy facilities. All public review processes shall apply to include the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors review and approval, as well as all existing environmental regulations such as our floodplain, wetland protection, and Chesapeake Bay Preservation Area ordinances. As you, short presentation tonight, but I just also wanted to clarify, you all may have heard that the General Assembly has recently passed a piece of legislation that would actually allow battery energy storage systems as an accessory use by right on existing approved solar facility property, up to the nameplate capacity of the solar facility. And you cannot require any additional restrictions that aren't already in place by an ordinance already adopted by July 1st of this year. So that's why we're kind of, timing is critical with this one, if you all would like to consider enhanced performance criteria for battery energy storage systems. Of course, if they were to go elsewhere outside of a solar energy facility, they would still be required to have a conditional use permit at that time. So I am available for questions following the public hearing, if you should have any.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Emily. I guess is a business person here to talk about this, or, well, it's just county? Okay, all right. All right. The public hearing is hereby open. Anyone willing to speak for or against?
Mr. Chairman, you've got a sign-up sheet with, I think, 3 names on there.
Okay, yeah. And more.
Good evening, board members. My name is Ann Moore, and I'm at Benton Road, Lawrenceville, Virginia. I am from Brunswick County, which is also working on a BESS ordinance. Legislation at the state level is jeopardizing the ability of counties to protect the interest of county residents and ratepayers. With the governor signing BESS bills into law, I think counties need to severely limit the amount of solar, since BESS by right is dependent upon the existence of approved solar facilities. I believe it's imperative that a strong and restrictive BESS ordinance be adopted. I align myself with those opposed to BESS. The World Economic Forum, Germany's chancellor, and others have stated that renewables are not affordable. Massive amounts of inefficient storage are needed due to the intermittent and unreliable nature of renewables. I believe this is why these projects are being forced upon us. They don't make economic sense. I strongly believe these facilities have no place in rural agriculturally zoned areas. These facilities have proven themselves to be dangerous. It's concerning that there is no mandatory comprehensive requirement for reporting BESS failures in the U.S. We can only speculate as to how many incidents have been hidden, and for those that are reported, local news sources and social media can be credited. A BESS failure incident database is publicly available, but there's a disclaimer that it isn't comprehensive. According to this database, there have been 11 BESS incidents reported in the United States, the United States alone, in the past 2 years. This equates with having a reported BESS incident once every 2 months. These incidents include fires, thermal runaway events, and other failures that have resulted in evacuations, road closures, air quality monitoring, soil and water contamination, and prolonged cleanup. Solar advocates may say that BESS incidents are not statistically significant, but any incident has major implications, especially for those in the affected areas. Probably the most notable incident occurred in January 2025, which is the Moss Landing BESS fire. This fire burned for days and had a flare-up event in February. Independent researchers from San Jose University found sharply elevated heavy metal contamination within 2 miles of the site. In some samples, the contamination was hundreds to thousands-fold compared to pre-fire data. Community wipe sampling showed contamination up to 10 miles away. This type of contamination from a BESS fire is not uncommon. Hazmat teams are required to respond to BESS fires due to the toxic and explosive nature of lithium-ion batteries. Should this county's citizens be required to assume the risk and subsequent health and environmental impacts of a BESS event? Currently on the EP website, this is a statement, and I quote, "BESS helps stabilize electrical grids by providing steady power flow despite fluctuations from inconsistent generation of renewable energy sources. While BESS technology is designed to bolster grid reliability, lithium battery fires at some installations have raised legitimate safety concerns in many communities. In their lobbying attempts, developers claim that newer project designs and fire suppression systems will help minimize the risk, but the risk is still there. According to Power Magazine, chemical fire suppression systems do not eliminate the occurrence of fires or other problems. And quoting, "They often fail to prevent thermal runaway propagation, struggle with cooling, and can be ineffective against the self-sustaining toxic deep-seated battery fires." End quote. In my opinion, no preventive measures or mitigation claimed by developers can remove the very real risk that these storage systems impose. The cost of an event far exceed any potential benefit. As the saying goes, it's all fun and games until someone loses an eye. Are you willing to have your citizens lose an eye? I respectfully urge this board, for the safety of its citizens, to place severe restriction, compliance, and penalty mandates in your ordinance. And I do thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Greg Cremo, whatever, I can't
Cresswell.
understand that.
Cresswell.
Right name.
Good evening. I'm Greg Cresswell with AES. No problem. Located at 3400 West Lee Street in Richmond, Virginia. Chairman Jefferson, members of the board, county administration, and staff, I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. Most of you know AES and myself from prior trips to this podium while developing the Sycamore Cross Solar Project. And while AES is well known locally for solar generation, AES has also a deep and long-standing experience with utility-scale battery energy storage systems. We deployed our first system in 2008, and since then, AES has built and operates over 20 facilities totaling more than 1,800 megawatts. Additionally, AES, through an affiliate, designs and constructs BESS system containment, and most recently ran some tests in conjunction with companies such as Siemens and Samsung, as well as Underwriter Laboratories, to understand how these systems work. The draft ordinance in front of you this evening is in general a good ordinance. I sat in on the Energy Task Force. I watched the PC meetings and I spoke at the recent hearing in February. A great amount of effort and thought went into this ordinance, beginning with Ms. Ring's compilation of sample languages from other ordinances. This is no small task, and I commend those who put it together. It was a lot of effort, and I think that they deserve recognition for what they've put in front of us. So why are we even discussing BESS? Because there is a need for it. A need to stabilize the energy grid in a timely fashion. You hear about gas, you hear about nuclear. Procurement for the equipment to provide those types of generation are 10 years down the road or more, but the need is directly in front of us today. There's also a need for the locality, a need for counties such as Isle of Wight to find revenue without increasing the need for county resources. BESS is an important part of our future energy grid and can fill an immediate need for energy. It's not a generator of new energy, but BESS systems have the opportunity to help stabilize the grid, so much so that PJM is creating surplus positions which allow BESS systems to effectively skip lengthy interconnection processes if sited with existing solar. These projects use existing solar interconnections. And while stabilizing our grid, battery storage systems also offer localities such as Isle of Wight an opportunity to help stabilize your economy and stabilize your budgets. You now have a desirable location for BESS because you have developed solar in your locality. BESS projects in excess of 150 megawatts do not receive the tax breaks, and as such, larger BESS facilities can create substantial revenues on land already in existing energy use. As an example, the 240 megawatt Cavalier project would have an opportunity to create a BESS project using Cavalier's existing infrastructure, not new substations, not new infrastructure. That means no new substation and all the same benefits. A BESS project of 240 megawatts could generate revenues in excess of $20 million, and a BESS project will do it in 25 years versus the typical 35-year life of a solar facility. We basically see one potential hurdle within the proposed ordinance to siting BESS on existing energy use, and that is the setbacks. With regards to proposed setbacks, 500 feet from structure, 300 from a road, and 50 from between the fence and the BESS, AES recognizes and appreciates the PC's willingness to reduce the setback between fence and structure. We believe this is achievable on Greenfield, but would potentially limit the siting of BESS within existing solar facilities. Finally, AES understands the importance of safety. It is the first of our core values. And we believe that we can address the safety concerns as required in the proposed ordinance with reliance on NFPA codes and through collaboration with Isle of Wight Fire and Rescue. I'm available to address any clarifications required on my comments, and I thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you this evening.
Thank you. So David Tucker?
David Tucker, District 3. Hello, Isle of Wight County. Note of appreciation, Jennifer Boykins and friends of other counties, and the 3 supervisors for hearing me. You know, I go to the sewer. That's Virginia Commission of Electric Utility Regulators. And in the sewer, I heard AES, 20 feet away from me, tell the senators and delegates that without subsidies, AES cannot survive. They might as well leave Virginia. That's what they said. So here's the link to it. Okay, my draft is not entirely inputted by me. It is not about me, folks. Please use my draft, no other. Edit it with me in the room. My draft is twofold ordinance, banned where we can, and we can in DSDs and non-solar areas. Use my draft and expedite with me. Avoid staff and any legal stalls. I'll rotate 2 supervisors to me, face-to-face reviews. Change and updates to all supervisors. I could probably start that at 4 in the morning tomorrow. My draft uses the SMART process of specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely, whereas other drafts are not SMART or SMART. My draft yields to places the Sheriff's Office and Emergency Service as early front seat advisors. My draft avoids the failed Energy Task Force and solar ordinance rhetoric. Also avoids irrelevant and endless technical rabbit holes for the sake of environmentally comprehensive appearances, and avoids the county does not have the enforcement expertise. Developers had to subsidize monies to counter. Other drafts fell the county and read like a resume from the inexperience about the draft from the Planning Commission. Gentry Locke buzzed about reading it like Surrey's. AES wanted to change it, got some change from 100-foot to a 50-foot setback. All resemble contract proposal or economic development lure. Okay, my draft has developer kryptonite. It creates an approval sequence and order during various county approval and construction phases. Establishes fines up to $1 million, folks, with minimum 30-day stand-downs. Has a minimum 100-foot setback back inside the fence. Utilizes mutual assistance, not aid, but assistance in emergencies. Eliminates the words may, should, consider, and discretion. Has solid oversight beyond community development. Has a noise survey for silence and crickets chirping, and gives definitions pertinent to the ordinance. The ordinance that's proposed definitions are ugly. Okay, contrary to the previous county administrator when referencing Surrey's solar fires, no fire is considered a minor fire and is not normal. Unlike traditional coal, oil, gas, nuclear generators, BESS and renewables do not have security or fire brigades. Solar-related fires have occurred in other counties in Virginia already, folks. BESS and renewables rely on county resources. BESS, bosses, folks, you folks, give yourself some credit. One does not have to be an engineer, disciplined, educated, certified, practiced professional engineer to simply have good technical judgment. But be aware of those that unethically and illegally mislead themselves to you as an engineer. All right, here in closing, the due date is 6/30/26. Conservative calcs, there's going to be 420,000. The energy deficit from BESS is going to be the equivalent of 420,000 Virginia homes. That's an awful lot of energy. BESS waste energy, okay? And also the billions of dollars, 57 billions of dollars. That's tax and ratepayer dollars to pay for these BESS, folks. That's on the economy of scale from PUR 2025, 148, you know. So anyhow, just do the math. There's a lot of money, your taxes and your rates. I think I've kicked the tires hard.
Thank you. Anyone else willing to speak? All right, hearing none. Public hearing is hereby closed. Board member?
Mr. Jefferson, I know Mr. Gardner did as well, but I spent quite a bit of time contemplating this ordinance, the proposed ordinance, reading comments, educating myself. I met with the folks from AES. I met with Mr. Tucker several times. And there's a lot here. Just myself and things that I want to talk to you all about have about 9 different amendment sections that I think we should consider. And so, if you all would be okay with it, I'd really like to have a work session to talk about this specifically. I know we had the public hearing tonight, but I have 5 or 6 pages back and front printed of things that I'd like to discuss with you. This is serious, it's a lot. And I know time is of the essence, because we have to have something by the end of June, but I don't think we can rush this. And I would like all of you, I sent my amendment comments to Mr. Robertson and Ms. Ring right before this meeting. I hate when people do that to me, but I did it to you, and I sent it right before this meeting because I was taking so much time with it. And I'd like you all to be able to read it and see if you agree and push back and ask questions, because it's been a great educational process, but it's a lot. It's heavy, and it's not something that we should enter into lightly. So I'm suggesting we have a work session about this ordinance. Not necessarily send it back to the Planning Commission, but just take their recommendations and kind of kick the tires on it and merge it with what we all think, because I'm sure you all have opinions. And I'm not sure when, Mr. Robertson, that could be, but just wanted to ask about it.
So is time of essence here? Where we were saying that if it's by right,
that you have till June 30. whatever is adopted before June 30 applies regardless of when the new state code kicks in. So setbacks and things like that, it doesn't prevent, the by right aspect. It's just establishing guidelines for the battery storage that may come into play. So you need, you could do this at your work session on May 14th, unless there's something else that's.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to simply add, the board's going to be meeting for about the next 5 Thursdays in a row. So if you want staff to add this to one of those several work sessions that you have, we can certainly do that.
My mindset was, all right, we need to have something on the book now, and we can always come back and amend prior to that date.
But as long as it's done before June 30th.
Right.
Yeah, but we got.
That's the way I felt originally, but we got to hit the timeline. But the good thing is, we've done the public hearing.
Right.
You have a work session. I realize we don't usually act on things during work session, but we have always said that if it's of the essence of time, we do act. So we could do that work session, get some of the questions vetted, some comments made for the record, et cetera, so on. And if the point is, even at that work session, if there's still something that needs to be cleaned up later, at least get something done in that timely manner. We can always go back and address it, but we have something in print before the deadline.
I would like to have more input between all of us talking, because it's sitting on my back doorstep. So I got constituents all the way around it. So I would like to be able to talk to the other board members before we come back and make a decision. If we got time to do it, I'd rather do that. Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Ring advised that she's not going to be here on the 14th, so we've got every Wednesday for Thursday. I mean,
Don't make it Wednesday too.
Thursday scheduled for meetings, so any of those days that works, she can do that.
So, not to get in the weeds, but just kind of from a 100-foot, 1,000-foot view on this. Energy storage facilities. A number of years ago, from a fire and rescue safety aspect, there was a whole series done, I think it was up in Maryland. They ended up, it was by invitation, then they opened it up and talked about energy storage in general. One thing that kind of always has stuck for me since that presentation was an explosion that occurred, I think that's the best way to qualify it, in Surprise, Arizona in 2019. There's a fire lieutenant that talks about that incident. And what kind of stuck with me outside the injuries that that occurred was the resources that it took to mitigate that incident. So I just put that out there for people, if they can find that subject matter out there, maybe listen to it. The other part is, it's interesting, not too many years ago, neighbor of mine, we were talking about solar farms, might have been one of the first ones in the county, and I listened to the family talk about what it would allow them to do, things like health care, et cetera, so on. And I completely agree. I saw where they were coming from, still do. But I mentioned to one of them, I said, the thing is, that family farm has been in y'all's family for a number of years, and et cetera, so on. And the comment was, well, after a given amount of time, there's a lease agreement, it can always be returned back to farming land. Well, you put an energy storage, and I'm not saying they are, but the point is, now by right, we've gone up to Richmond because we want to go around our local elected officials on things and have it by right on solar farms. That further, it's, I don't know about all families and all farms that have been converted to solar, but there are at least a handful maybe that thought maybe one day, future generations, if they want to farm, we would just not sign the lease agreement and they would pull it all up, and because we've had those discussions about solar farms. But then you put an energy storage facility on there by right, that takes that away from the property owner, which is not what, I don't know that they all signed on to that some time ago. But my point is, that's very much, like I said, 1,000 feet away from some of the things that Ms. Roundtree's brought up. But I think it just gives us an idea of, we need some discussion, and hopefully we'll get even more feedback from our community.
Okay, and we got our chief of emergency services here. You mind coming up?
There you go. We just need a short presentation.
The bunch of burning question marks on the
Look
last
at it.
page.
You've been out in the sun, and turn red on us.
And sorry for catching you off guard.
No
But
problem.
I had made a note, they're talking about the other incident. So is there any specific or specialized training that firefighters or emergency crews have to have in the event we have an incident like they had in the other locality?
So I'm solely basing my comments on literature and research that I have done. Obviously, we've never responded to one. And based on other people's experience and what I'm using as guidelines is the International Association of Fire Chiefs, NFPA also. And what they're telling us is you need lots and lots of water, and you have extended periods of time, operating periods, which require staff. And of course, you have to have the fire trucks and stuff like that to spray the water. The guidelines that are being told to fire rescue is the pod that is burning or is in a thermal runaway, you do not mess with it. You let it burn, okay? The resources that would be needed would be to cool down the adjacent pods to the one that's in a thermal runaway that is on fire. Again, the guidelines that we're reading on this is if you don't try to put the fire out, therefore you don't get the environmental impacts of the water running off of the pod that is burning, because you're only putting water on pods that are not involved to keep them cool from igniting or releasing. Again, there are several incidents that have been reported around the country on these, and there have been extended cleanups and stuff like that. But I did not research, okay, did they try to put the fire out and then therefore get the runoff and stuff like that? So our challenge here in Isle of Wight is going to be the staffing for the extended operational periods and the volume of water that is going to be needed should we have an event at one of these.
So if, just looking at it from a hazmat type scenario, so if a county like ours had an incident like that, and you called in additional resources for extended time, is the Department of Emergency Management for the state, would they be able to recoup any of that cost for us, kind of like a hazmat incident?
So I think
or-
there's a certain threshold, and I would ask Will to come up to be able to address the threshold.
I know we weren't supposed to, we're gonna have a work session on it, but
So I would use recent event like the IWIP fire that we had a couple years ago. We had several of the state agencies involved with that. EPA was here, DEQ was here, VDEM was here too. But that event didn't reach the threshold for the county to get reimbursed for our response to that incident, if you will. It goes back on the hazmat cleanup and the stuff, the private company that came in and did the hazmat cleanup. That is up to the owner of the property. Once we mitigate the runoff and keep it from running off to somewhere else, they would contract with a third party. The county would not be involved with the cleanup. We would be involved with the mitigation and the retainment of whatever might be running off.
got some questions.
Yeah.
So just since you're up here, I have a question about inside the fence, the setback inside the fence. So if what you're saying is that you don't fight the fire of the burning pod, but yet you keep the other pods cool, that's what you
Right.
said, right?
Right.
Are there any recommendations from your professional organizations or in your research that say, or do you know what the turning radius is, like how many feet you need between the fence and the actual pods to make that happen?
So I guess the best way to answer that would be, that decision would be made at the time of the incident of where that pod is located within the fence.
And we wouldn't put apparatus inside the fence probably. We would deploy hose and we would do unmanned devices, nozzles and stuff, to put on the unaffected pods to keep them cool. So,
And have enough water there.
so that's the key, to have the water to sustain an operation for an extended period of time. Because, I mean, even the electric vehicles that have thermal runaway, they reignite after cooling and so on and so forth. So that those would all be the extended period and enough water, sustained water, to be able to mitigate or keep the other pods cool.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you. So, you all want to table this until when?
Yeah, I'd like to move that we table the battery energy storage system ordinance consideration, pending a work session.
So we want to table till next month?
Maybe till the 30th of April? We're meeting every Thursday anyway. 23rd is the public hearing for the budget, so
Yeah.
I imagine we'll be working hard that night. So maybe the next Thursday?
Yeah.
All right, somebody make the motion to table?
30th of April.
Yeah, I move we table the ordinance.
Hmm?
I move that we table the best ordinance
Till when?
till April 30th.
Okay.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. All right, we'll move on to the county administrator's report.
Chairman, just a really brief report tonight, just a couple of items. One is just to take a moment. I want to sort of echo Mr. Jones's comments previously about recognizing Ms. Denny for the work. You know, our office is pretty small. We've got relatively small team, but the folks work hard and we work as a team. And certainly without her contributions, we'd be in a world of hurt tonight in terms of where we are with our minutes and some of the other things. And so thank you to Courtney and you know, really just a commitment. Of course, Bill's pitched in too, but she's been the rock that's been in place in getting that work done. I also want to take a moment just to recognize and certainly introduce to the public, if not to all the board members, our new clerk, Ms. Ashley Rogers. We are excited to have her on board. I don't know if it's good or bad that she started work today. But she's still here. We're hoping she'll show up tomorrow. But we are excited to have Ashley on board, and that really is not just exciting for us, it helps us out in terms of the workload and filling out our team. So again, thank you, Ashley. So one thing I did want to point out with regard to the information that's in your agenda, because you all got an email from the commissioner, I believe, earlier this week, just kind of giving an update on the sales tax revenues, unfortunately continuing to trend downward. And so while we're still monitoring that, again, it's still confirmation of I think, the estimates that we got with regard to the revenues for FY '27. And so again, want to make sure everybody has seen that report. And we've got some more stuff in a few minutes, but that I didn't want to belabor the meeting.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to item 15, unfinished business, old business. A, the Integrated Biblical Health Ministries.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I've had an opportunity to watch last month's meeting while I was out of town, and I saw the questions that had been posed, and I have some information for the board. First, the question concerning the different types of nonprofits from the standpoint of the IRS. This organization is a 508
C1A. That is a tax exemption the IRS grants to a religious organization. And in the purpose of the IRS designation, a church. A 508C organization is considered a 501c3 tax exempt organization. It is not a separate type of nonprofit. It is just a designation, and what it does is it is a nonprofit organization that churches have the ability to be unregistered. They do not file financial information or tax returns with the IRS, but they are considered a 501c3 nonprofit. From the standpoint of what we're considering, it really doesn't make any difference as to the nonprofit status. What it really does is if you make a donation to a 508, you may have to prove that it's a nonprofit organization for tax purposes because they're not registered with the IRS. Whereas the YMCA, you make a donation, it's a given, they're a 501c3. For the purpose of what we have for tax exemptions, real estate that is owned and exclusively occupied for religious worship. Again, the church of whatever denomination it is, the church itself is tax exempt. That never comes before this body. That is just a designation under the state constitution that the place of worship, that's what it's used for, is exempt. That's not what we have here. This is the application that comes before the board for property that's owned by either a religious, charitable, patriotic, historical, benevolent, cultural, public park, or playground that can be granted an exception by this body. And the question for that is that some of the things you look at, is it a 501c3 nonprofit? So check the box. Whether any officer, director, employee is paid excessive compensation. That's a question that just has to be answered. If any of the net earnings inure to the benefit of any individual in this operation. And then what services does the organization provide that are for the common good of the public? In this case, there's several other questions to be answered because the dominant purpose of the property that is to be exempt is for the nonprofit operation. And as I understand, this is a residence that is owned by the nonprofit, but is the dominant purpose of that the operation of the nonprofit because the residential aspect of people living there, unless it's incidental to the nonprofit, is a defeating item because it has to be exclusively the nonprofit operation. It's exclusive use. So those are questions that need to be answered. I watched the video. I don't know that the questions were asked or provided in the information as far as, I heard that they offer, talks here or there, and I'm not making light of what the gentleman said, but it didn't seem to answer the question of currently what are they doing that is for the common good, who do they serve, is there a price to pay? Again, the YMCA, I'll use that as an example, charges a membership fee for their thing, but their mission is all of that membership fee goes back into maintenance of equipment, scholarships for summer camps, swimming lessons, free membership to people that can't afford it, things of that nature. So that's what it is. So that is part of it. Then Mr. Acree had asked about prior applications. Since I've been here, there have been 3. It was for Smithfield Recreation Operation, Smithfield VA Events, and Mid-Atlantic Broadband. One was for equipment, well, 2 were for equipment. Mid-Atlantic Broadband was for real estate and equipment. They provide, they are a social welfare nonprofit that provided broadband access for, is it the middle mile? Is that what it's called? And that was their application. The other 2 provided information regarding the giving back of all the funds that they raise and generate through their operations. There have been 2 that never made it to the board because the applicants never could get the information that Mr. Gwaltney required, and so they just didn't come to the board. And then there was one in 2017 that was filed by the Mattahamic, am I saying it right? Mathomic Village Tribe for property in Rushmere. That was denied by the board. There were several issues that were identified during the course of that public hearing. One was that the property was not properly zoned for the use that was being requested. There were outstanding zoning and building code issues. The property consisted of 2 separate buildings. One was to be the proposed use of a daycare, and the other was a residence that was unrelated to the operation of the daycare, so it didn't comply. And also that the applicant was not on the federal registry for Indian tribes, so it was a number of things that were in place. But so the question regarding zoning was some that could have been resolved, but I think the real crux was also the fact that there was a residence and a proposed use that, so it wasn't exclusive and things of that nature. And finally, Mr. Garner had expressed some concerns about Senate Bill 388 and House Bill 1279. And again, what that will allow, and it's not allowing multifamily or affordable housing for religious organizations. That's one of the items. It's any nonprofit, any 501c3 or religious operation who has also had their real estate exempted under the process we're talking about. And so it doesn't just, it doesn't have to be a religious, but I mean, it would apply in this case, but it doesn't have to be. So if I've left something out or I've confused you and you need
So
clarity,
that bill did pass? It was combined and passed?
Yes, I understand that the governor signed off on that.
Yeah, let me.
And just to be clear, that allows a buy right?
The governor made recommendations, but it was minor. Oh, it was very minor. I think where it was. I'm afraid I don't have the marked copy, but it.
And then that bill allows a buy right use
For
It's up to
for
20 units.
nonprofits to build dense property.
multifamily or single-family homes, but they have to be affordable. It's a number of things that take place. It becomes effective in January.
So if you had an acre in a subdivision, no HOA, nothing like that, if the organization had it for the required amount of time, and we allowed quarter acre lots anywhere else in the county, they could divide it into 4?
I believe that's,
Wow.
Yeah.
right in the neighborhood, right beside somebody that's got another acre on each side.
Yeah.
If you live next to a nonprofit.
Again, it doesn't.
20
nothing
units
in
per
this-
acre.
I think there's other criteria.
There's a number of criteria in it,
Yeah.
but it's,
But the point is, it could be, you could end up with two neighbors, for example, upset because something of this nature, much more different than what they expected to be next door, is going to occur,
They're right.
generally speaking.
Yes.
I mean, there's obviously
They
some
meet all the
hurdles.
criteria.
Right.
They have public water and sewer,
Wow.
public roads, yeah. They could.
it doesn't supersede covenants that are in place.
Right, but if you found you a piece of property that didn't have all that on it, and just everybody had an acre or something,
And it's irregardless of the zoning category.
Correct.
wow.
They have had to have owned it for 3 years.
5 years, I believe it's 5 years.
Whose district is it in?
No,
Whose
it's,
district? It's yours?
it's in Goose Hill Way,
Oh, that's
so.
right. I know the line
I don't think it's mine, I think it's,
I think it's mine,
yeah.
yeah. All right, well, board, what do you want to do?
Make a motion to deny.
Any readiness? Madam?
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Abstain. Impaired objectivity. I know Dr. Sharp at the gym.
That's fair. Fair enough.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. All right, we'll move on. Item B, Eagle Harbor citizens' concerns.
Mr. Chairman, if you recall, we recently had some citizens from Eagle Harbor come, and a presentation was made to this board with regard to some of their ongoing concerns, and you asked staff to take a look and to come back, and so I've asked Jamie to do just that, and so Ms. Oliver is going to provide you with an update on some of the information.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is an item that we've looked at several times, so we're going to go ahead and just summarize what was previously presented and then move forward with the discussion and answer any questions that you have. The Eagle Harbor HOA and community groups provided the board with some information at the last meeting, and I believe that information was also in your package for this month if you wanted to refer to it. But in summary, their traffic concerns are on-street parking in the neighborhood. A lot of it has focused on Northgate Drive off of Route 17, but from their presentation last month, it has expanded a little bit towards Greystone, around the Nest, and some of the other streets in that area. And they're concerned specifically with parking commercial trucks on the street, parking recreational vehicles on the street, parking trailers and construction equipment on the street, and then a concern about near-miss accidents happening at intersections and the on-street parking blocking visibility at intersections in these residential areas. Their request to the board last month was an ordinance to restrict on-street parking in this community. They did specify several locations in the community, and that on-street parking ordinance would be enforced by the sheriff's office. And they did note in the materials that they supplied to you that it should be considered, this ordinance for on-street parking management should be considered for all current and planned in the future residential neighborhoods in the community. If we back up for just a minute and kind of look at the community as a whole, just in general, the roadway characteristics out there. These roads were generally accepted into the VDOT system between 2011 and 2013. They're all a general residential construction between 32 and 36 foot wide. Northgate itself is 34 foot wide. They currently have average vehicle trips per day, according to VDOT counts, of 300 to 400 trips per day. I will note that we've been monitoring this since 2013, and those counts have increased over the last couple years. They were kind of steady around the 150 to 200 until about 2020 or 2021, and then they've slowly been increasing over the last couple years. I did pull the information because the community referenced the Nest several times, and it does not seem directly attributable to the Nest construction period. I think it's just general growth in the area. They're just seeing a general uptick in overall traffic flow. And there's an average of less than 3 safety issues reported in that area on those roads a year. Now, I would like to point out that those safety issues, that crash data that we get is the officially reported data through VDOT, through DMV, through insurance companies. So this does not negate the community's concern about near misses, and it doesn't address minor accidents the community might be dealing with that they don't report. It does address the severity of the accident because obviously if 911 responds or if there's an insurance claim, those things are reported. But we are only going with the data that we have available. VDOT does have standards, engineering standards for whether they allow parking on the road or not. They have standards for no parking, one side only, and 2 sides. To allow parking on both sides, the street has to have 2,000 trips per day or less. It has to be 31 to 36 foot wide, and it has to have 25 to 35 miles per hour. So all of the streets in these neighborhoods meet those criteria. VDOT did engineering safety reviews of Northgate, and we have those in our files, of course, in 13, 16, and 22 at the citizens and the county's request. They did concur that it still meets VDOT standards for on-street parking. With all of the concerns that are out there, the sheriff's office has also spent a lot of time coordinating with the citizens out there and doing some very extensive spot enforcement actions, including in 22 and 23, even some opportunities of going door to door, working with the residents that were parking unapproved vehicles out there. So I think it's important to discuss that the county ordinance and state code already have parking restrictions that can be enforced out there now. And those include that you cannot park large commercial vehicles over 10,100 pounds on the street now, today, Class 3 vehicles. This is for commercial or rental purposes only. These are not private vehicles because some people drive a Class 3 vehicle as a private vehicle. You can't leave abandoned vehicles out there, and abandoned vehicles has a definition. That would be lacking proper registration and inspection in place for more than 10 days, but those would have to be removed. And vehicles that are parked in a manner creating a roadway hazard. The fire, if it's blocking a fire hydrant, if it's blocking the travel lane, if it's blocking a legal access or driveway, or anything within 20 foot of an intersection, because that's blocking the sight triangle. All of those things are already prohibited.
You said that as long as it's a commercial vehicle, if it's owned by them and they're driving it, if it's a commercial over 10,000 pounds, can they sit it there?
So our ordinance does not allow. It is still prohibited if it is a commercial vehicle.
Even if it's privately owned by the person living there?
Correct. If it
Okay.
is their private vehicle for personal use, then it would be allowed on the street. But if it is a commercial vehicle, and the reason that when I looked up what is a 10,000 pound vehicle, I mean, that's an F-350.
Yeah.
So there's people that drive those as personal vehicles. So if it was somebody's personal vehicle, then, we would consider that to be
But if it's
allowable.
over that, it's got to be moved.
Right.
When you say Class 3 vehicle, is that anything that's over 10,000? Or what's an example of a Class 3?
F-350.
Okay.
3,500.
I just want to make sure you're the same.
So again, these are ordinances and state codes that are already in place, that the sheriff has already worked at different times on spot enforcement in that area. So looking at what the community brought forward, staff would like to point out if the board wanted to look at additional ordinance actions related specifically to on-street parking, some of the things they would have to consider when they were doing that is that VDOT will not participate in parking regulations. They will not participate in parking enforcement. This would be strictly a county enforcement situation, and we need to understand that there would be resource issues and budgetary impacts for that, and we have not dived into what that would entail in any way. We also need to note that there's a high probability for an increase in what I would consider some unintended consequences that we need to give consideration to. One is that removing on-street parking increases the probability of speeding in the neighborhood. On-street parking is a traffic calming device because the on-street parking narrows the pavement width and people naturally slow down when they think the road is more narrow. And when you remove them and you widen the pavement, then you're going to have speeding. The other thing is that we have gone out there several times, and these are not strangers or people from out of the neighborhood parking things there. These are the people that live there. So we do have to give consideration to where are these things going to go if they cannot be parked there. If people can't park their RVs there, then where are they going to park them? If they can't park their own boat in front of their house, then where are they going to park it? So, you know, we've already started to look at this when we're looking at things like some of the storage unit projects that come forward, or, you know, we had a conversation about the Nest. There's no enclosed parking at the Nest for people to park oversized vehicles. How are we going to accommodate allowing people to park their own vehicles if we're not allowing on-street parking in public streets?
Do they have a HOA there?
At the Nest?
There.
In Eagle Harbor.
Eagle Harbor.
I'm not completely clear on if it's an HOA or just an organized community group.
I got the impression there was both.
Yeah.
I live in Eagle Harbor and there's HOA.
Okay.
Okay, well, if it's HOA, I mean, if they want to press that much further, I think they need to take it up. I mean, that's the people living there. Like she said, you know, they have ordinances, we have ordinances in place right now to take care of what has to go there, what you can't park there. So, I mean, how are you going, like she said, I mean, if they don't want boats parked there, I mean, we're gonna go up there and say you can't park your boat there, or you can't park your RV there, or give them a limited time to park it there. I mean, you can get into a lot of, that's a lot of.
So I would point out the other thing, and I think the community pointed this out as well, and that is that if we get into a situation where enforcing this not based on engineering criteria, but based on community criteria, then we could expect that the request for this would increase. So I will say also, particularly in the situation with Northgate, that there is development happening on the other side of 17, South Harbor, the community that's developing behind Bojangles. And there are some changes and adjustments coming to Northgate itself because of that development. And there'll be additional changes afterwards coming with our Route 17 widening project regarding the entrance of Northgate. And we are working with the developer to improve the signage at the Route 17 and Northgate intersection to improve the right in, right out access. Right now, they're trying to limit left turns. It's not being as successful as we would like. The signage is not up to the standards that we would like. We're trying to improve that. And we are also having conversations with VDOT Traffic Engineering about striping the curbs and striping out the already prohibited parking areas. Again, they're already prohibited, but maybe actually putting the striping out there will help people follow the rules a little bit better. It gets back to that human element. Even though it's the rules, maybe this will help get people into the habit of following them a little bit better. So we're trying to implement some more of those kind of strategies out there, see if that helps a little bit. But if you had any other questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Well, an RV is over 10,000 pounds. It's not a commercial vehicle, I guess.
I'd like to ask the resident a few questions. Can we do that?
I'd like to clarify a few things too, because I want to make sure that, you know, what's being asked for by the community.
Hold up, if you want to speak, come to the podium.
So my name is Lindell Johnson. I am an Eagle Harbor resident. I am on the parking committee where we came and addressed you all last week. So thank you for the time and thank you for all the consideration. So just a point of clarification, we're not asking to ban on-street parking. We're only asking to limit what can be parked on the street, which is already currently in the ordinance. So we're asking for RVs of like trailers, commercial vehicles, not to be parked on the street. We're not trying to restrict on-street parking for regular passenger vehicles or passenger trucks. That's not what that we want to stay. What we're trying to restrict is parking a large truck that delivers stuff for Amazon or something like that on the street, or parking a boat on the street for a long period of time, or parking an RV on the street for a longer time, or a trailer that sits there for maybe 2 weeks or a month and hasn't been moved in the same location for like 30 days. That's what we're trying to restrict. We're not trying to get away from on-street parking altogether. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
We're not saying we don't want any on-street parking. We're saying we want to limit what's actually parked.
So what's the difference of a vehicle parked there for 1 day versus 10 days? What is the difference?
No,
Why you would accept 1 day versus 10 days?
I want to make sure we're clear. I didn't say vehicle, I said trailer.
Well,
Sometimes
same
there's
thing with a
trailers.
trailer. If it's there for 1 day versus 10 days, what's the difference?
But if it's abandoned, like you have ordinances that talk about abandons, and then you also have ordinances that talk about trailers as well.
Well, the county don't enforce that, right?
Yeah, the sheriff's department.
The sheriff enforces it.
I think another point, and this isn't for this gentleman here, it's probably for, I know he's probably not here for this, but if, here's a question. So we talk about class 3 vehicles, et cetera, so on. So our ordinance says 10,000 and over. How do you look at, how does a law enforcement officer, my vehicle's parked with the doors closed, how do you find the GVW on my vehicle? I mean, I think the way I know is I open the door and I look at the GVW on the vehicle. And you can say, well, you look at the tags and how it's titled. I can title a vehicle, a 10,000-pound dually, as a regular pickup truck, and DMV don't care. The only time I'm gonna get in trouble is if I get pulled over by somebody that knows what they're doing. But I guess and here's, let me get away from that for a moment. We got HOAs, and I know of HOAs, not this one in particular, but another HOA that says you can't have trailers, for example, and they enforce it. I'm assuming most HOAs you pay dues into. So this all comes at a price. I'm gonna pivot over to another neighborhood. Let's go over to Ben's Grant. They've got some similar issues. Vehicles that sometimes stay there way too long, inspections not. And my understanding is law enforcement, our local law enforcement, the sheriff's department does try to police that, and it's not something they can do necessarily every day. But here's my point. Some of these HOAs are run, I believe, by a company. It's not necessarily just a group of citizens that have a president and that kind of stuff. Do we have any, is there any way for us to recoup costs for enforcement of something HOAs should be enforcing under their ordinances at all? I mean, so what, my point is, they have these fines, I'm guessing, I've never been in an HOA, but.
I live in Cypress Creek, we have an HOA.
But if you did something wrong, they could fine you, right?
They do.
So they've got money to do something, and they've got the power to do it, but sometimes it's not easy to do it to Ms. Roundtree, because she's a friend of mine, so I'll just go around it and call the sheriff's department.
We have a biannual assessment and a management company that does the inspections.
So if the management company's
Levies
not
the
doing their
fines.
job, and I don't know that they have one here, it's not the point. We can't hold the management company accountable for not doing their job by having our sheriff's department do the job for them?
I'm not sure that I'm not sure an HOA has the ability to
So-
enforce public property.
I would assume it depends on what's in the covenants of the HOA when it was created.
Right.
And I would assume it depends on whether or not that HOA utilizes a management company.
Right.
So like ours doesn't allow on-street parking on the main boulevard, and also does not allow commercial vehicle parking, boats or RVs any longer than 24 hours. So you're packing up before you go on a trip, fine. But, longer than 24 hours, you'll be in trouble with everyone.
And that would be in the HOA covenants that you get as.
So that's why I wanted you to come up, is because why doesn't the HOA just through your covenants enforce this?
So specifically for the roads that are in Eagle Harbor, they're publicly owned roads, so HOA has no enforcement. We can't stop anybody from parking on the road. From what I understand, those are publicly owned roads, VDOT owned roads, so the HOA can no longer enforce that. And the covenants had to be changed because of that as well. So we don't own the roads in the HOA.
So
VDOT does. So we don't do maintenance on the roads.
So VDOT took the roads over.
Exactly. So
Well,
I believe the challenge in this case would be that there were no covenants for that in place when VDOT took them over. If the covenants had been in place for that when
They
VDOT
wouldn't
took
have
it
done it,
over, it would have been acceptable. But
Yeah.
They're not in place when VDOT accepted the road.
I was gonna say, because in my neighborhood, the
They're
town of
also-
Smithfield owns, they're also,
Well,
publicly owned roads.
I was just sitting here thinking, I know of a couple of people that had some issues, not in that neighborhood or anyone we've discussed this evening, that's gonna love to hear that they can't enforce it, but you telling me that there's a chance if it was in the covenants, when they accepted the roads, that's how they're enforcing
So
it.
VDOT would have accepted it with whatever the covenants in place at the time were.
And the other, it's just so there's no misunderstanding. If I park a vehicle in front of my house or lawfully on the street, that, because it's there and it's properly licensed and tagged and everything else, and I leave it there for 15 days, that's not abandoned. That's just parked. Abandoned is
No
what you,
license.
no license or things of that nature. Now, again, so, we have, and I'll have to go back and look to see, but, we prohibit just what, Jamie indicated as far as abandoned vehicles, illegally parked vehicles, and commercial vehicles already. That's just a matter of, again, but the sheriff's office isn't, we're not a city that has a parking enforcement that's riding around looking to write parking tickets. That we're complaint based. If there's a complaint, they go out and look at determine whether they think something's illegal, then they can tow it.
And I do think it's important to note that the community did provide a lot of images of some of the concerns that they have. And I think that those concerns were legitimately things that are currently prohibited and could be enforced and should be
And if I recall, I think part of the concern was that if there were enforcement for perhaps a limited time, then word would get around, and that might be a deterrent for some of the problems that they're having. So it's not a matter of, this is based on my conversations with the group, not a matter of the expectation that somebody would be out there every day. But again, if there was some enforcement for a limited period of time, then that would hopefully, serve as a deterrent for people to leave their vehicles out there for extended periods of time or have inappropriate vehicles
I think
or
the fire
equipment out
department
there.
also said something about right away getting like it was a fire or something. You had a large thing over 10,000 pounds sitting there. You got one on each side, one over here, and one over here. It's gonna be kind of hard to get a fire truck through there.
It will, but I think
I
it
mean,
goes.
you can get it through, but.
It also goes back to Jamie's earlier comment about the unintended consequence of
35
opening up the street.
Yeah.
You open yourself up to
That's
maybe
right.
some other issues.
That's right.
Can we have Potter come up and speak on this as far as enforcement and some of the
Yeah.
challenges?
Yeah, Mr. Potter?
Just a slight clarification.
Captain Potter.
We're not expecting any additional patrols. We're just trying to, like, as they do patrol, they have the guidance and enforcement to actually take action if they see some of this in violation.
Thank you.
Captain Potter, can you shine a light on this and kind of give us an idea of the challenges and what we can do to try to help you guys?
Yeah, Ms. Oliver mentioned that we have looked in this since 2023, and I was involved in those discussions in 2023 about the vehicles on Northgate, and at that time, we went up there and we tagged several vehicles that met the county's abandoned vehicle ordinance. The vehicles did not have proper inspections or were not properly licensed, and so I know I went up there and actually towed a boat and a trailer and a couple other things that were on Northgate, and we removed them. Since then, we haven't had that many issues on Northgate. We do have a hard time with the 10,000-pound vehicle. What does a vehicle weigh? So it's kind of left up to the officer's discretion. We worked with a couple of homeowners that were parking their tractor trailer up there, and we gave them some avenues where there were actually places in the county that they could rent a space for a month for a flat fee, and they could park their truck and their trailer there and then drive another vehicle back home. We do have problems with abandoned vehicles in the county. In Ben's Grant, I'm towing probably 5 or 6 vehicles a week out of Ben's Grant that do not meet the abandoned vehicle ordinance. I was in Northgate 3 times last week and saw no vehicles that met the criteria for abandoned vehicles. There are trailers, enclosed trailers. There was 1 or 2 parked. They're parked legally as defined by the code on the street. They're properly inspected. The tags were 2026 or 27 or permanent trailer tags. Those vehicles can be legally parked on the street according to the code. I also observed a couple of the intersections. Ms. Oliver's right. They have to be within 20 feet of that intersection to tow the vehicle. There were no vehicles that I observed on my trips up in Northgate the past couple of weeks that were blocking the intersections. I was up there various times from about 3 o'clock till 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the evenings. Yes, sir. Anything
Thank you,
else?
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Is it
Thank
enclosed
you.
trailer, sorry,
Yes, ma'am.
is it enclosed trailer, like the ones you observed, would that be considered over 10,000 pounds?
I would not, without knowing what's in the trailer. I
And
would,
again,
if it-
if it's somebody's grass cutting business trailer, that would be a commercial that could or be prohibited. If I just happen to have a enclosed trailer that I use because I take it to events, private events, that's like a boat.
So there was another trailer that was up there. It was a truck with a trailer that had, it appeared maybe that somebody was using it for power washing, right? But is that their personal? Is that commercial? There wasn't a sign that said Joe's Power Washing on the side, right? It just was a trailer with a power washer and a large container on the back, right? So that was, but again, when I look at, what we have to look at, is it properly inspected, licensed? Is it parked within a certain distance from the curb? It all met those criteria. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones, what do they do in Gatling Point? How is that neighborhood different from?
For some time ago, there was an ordinance passed that allowed different standards in Gatlin Point. I've looked at the minutes from there. There's no real explanation of why it was done.
And what are those standards and why couldn't we pass those?
So we have pulled the minutes from what happened in Gatling Point. There's not a particular explanation for what they did, and they did adopt an ordinance that you couldn't park boats, RVs, or trailers in Gatling Point, that the sheriff could ticket them for $250. We don't have any record that it was ever enforced. I did call Gatling Point, and I also requested from the sheriff's office any record of enforcement, which, as of any time in recent history, nobody's enforcing it.
But no one's also probably doing it, right?
They
Because
probably will now that you brought up the fact that it doesn't really exist.
I mean, honestly, I don't know if people
Trailers are
are
rolling
doing
into
it or not.
Gatling
I
Point
think
right
it
now.
was, Up until this point, nobody
Well done.
was paying any attention one way or another. I think it was a thing, and then it was not a thing.
It's like you can expect what you inspect, right? And maybe,
Well,
I mean, that's the old saying, and maybe it just takes once or twice and a notification to say, hey, times have changed. We're gonna limit parking of boats, trailers, and RVs like they do in Gatling Point on the roads at Northgate. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know why we should treat Northgate any differently than Gatling Point.
Well, I think that's one of the questions that we would want you all to give us some direction on. You know, every community is a little bit different. But if you want to develop some type of legislation that is applied across the county, because I mean, from an enforcement standpoint, it's going to be difficult for a deputy to drive up to a neighborhood, and now he's got to remember which regulations apply to this neighborhood.
You can do it in DSDs.
As opposed to the
Do it in the
ones that are
DSDs, do it
down the
everywhere.
street.
Just do it as DSDs and not the whole county. They know if
Then
they're
it would
in a
apply to
DSD, we
Ben's
put signs
grant.
up for that.
And then when they're on their regular patrol, they know. It's a great idea.
Is Gatlin Point in a DSD?
No.
No.
Well, Gatlin Point doesn't have a problem.
Exactly.
We don't know if Gatling Point has a problem. We just know Gatling Point doesn't have any enforcement.
Well, the point is, they're not
Yes,
here.
they
now.
don't, they don't need it. It's Pavlov's dog, but Ben's Grant has a problem we've established
They do,
already, and
they're
they are in a DSD.
And they've got a problem, they're in a DSD.
Did the board pass that,
Couldn't find it.
did the board vote to pass that ordinance?
They did. They voted to pass the ordinance with a 16-hour time limit. You could only have it parked there for 16 hours. And then they came back a few months later because the sheriff couldn't enforce that. It was very difficult to enforce that, and they passed it that you couldn't have it parked there at all. And it was a $250 fine.
Does that have escalators? Does that go up or down, or it's just $250 back then, it stays at $250?
Again, after that, there's no record of them ever doing anything else with it, and there's no record of it
It's a
ever
class,
being.
it's a class 4, it's punished as a class 4 misdemeanor, which that, the state code has been
Changed that.
$250 forever.
It's a good answer. I mean, it is budget time. $1 at a time.
I don't know, that might be one of those things that it costs more to collect it than it does to.
Well, I'm just thinking just the threat of it might be enough to curtail some of the bad behavior. So what will we need to do to consider that in earnest?
I would just encourage you to remember that once you don't allow it, we have to consider where we're going to put them. They're legitimate
That's why you
vehicles,
got
so where are they
storage
gonna go?
All these storage places, you look around, you'll see them.
And I get kind of lighthearted about it, but there's been some subdivisions that have come before us. And between the sidewalk, which you don't want people parking on, and the driveway, it barely had enough room for 2 cars. And they moved out of White County thinking they're gonna buy a nice townhouse. And if they don't park on the side of the road, they quite literally don't have anywhere to park sometimes, let alone if the kids wanna ride the bicycle in the driveway at all. I mean, I'm thinking the northern end of the county, obviously. We've kind of created this ourselves, some of the denser populations.
I guess if they have something like that, they need to take it to a storage lot. I mean, that's what people in my neighborhood do.
So do we need to continue discussion on this issue?
I think it's, particularly after we discuss it at night and it hits the newspaper or whatever, it'll bring up even more discussion.
Well, and I must, well, this would,
We'll get their view.
ordinance would require public hearings.
You'll get their view. Tomorrow morning, you'll get their view.
Does the ordinance have to go through the planning commission first, Ms. Ring?
No, this is not a zoning issue. This is,
No, but it will become one, that's what I'm thinking. It's because also in the zoning ordinance, we don't allow for recreational vehicles and boats and trailers in the front yard setback. So, you know, that first 60, 40, 50 feet of your front yard, you cannot park large vehicles like that. So if they have to come off the street,
They can't go in the driveway.
they can't go in the driveway, it has to be the side or the rear, you're narrowing down.
Now we've got to
Would
enforce that.
it
on
be
the
an issue
regular.
with the planning commission going over it? I mean,
we
they've helped us
also
create
have
some of these
rules about
issues.
Outdoor storage, even at
Yes.
storage yards.
I mean,
Yes.
let them chew on it.
Well, let's not generate something we can't live with.
Well, why don't we have the planning commission look at this ordinance and look at the concerns of our citizens? We've talked about things like DSD as opposed to the entire county, and let them chew on it, see what they come up
And,
with.
I mean, would take care of the zoning piece of it, but the road piece of it doesn't go to the planning commission, so you've got two kind of overlapping.
I mean, I'd be curious for the discussion, quite honestly.
And their
I mean,
opinion on an ordinance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that might be, there's other opportunities for people to weigh in, too.
Sit on down.
Yeah. So do you need a motion for that?
We just come back together for it.
I'm assuming if we're sending it to the planning commission, that there would need to be some direction to the planning commission about what you're asking them to look at.
I guess I can make a motion that we refer this over to the planning commission to consider some of the concerns that have been brought up in Eagle Harbor and other communities in our DSDs that have similar concerns about parking and safety, et cetera, and provide some guidance on
Guidance.
creating an ordinance that may address these issues. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
good.
All right, madam?
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Avery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. All right. Well, we go into the operating and capital budget.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how much you and Brendan are going to be able to tolerate this evening, but we did want to at least follow up a little bit on last week's discussion with regard to personnel. We did have a couple more things that we wanted to either expound on or at least clear up. And so, oh, I was about to say, I didn't see Michelle. I was like, where'd you go?
Good evening. Oh,
No, go right ahead.
okay. Good evening. For those watching, I'm Michelle Clark, the Director of Human Resources. Based on last week's conversation, we had a couple of different scenarios that we kind of worked up for you all to take a look at as in regards to in regard to compensation. The first thing we had talked about last week was a 3% plus $1,000 for employees. What I did for purposes of calculating numbers and figures is I separated public safety out from general employees, because we're talking about the sheriff's office and fire a little different and a different type of carve out for them. So if we do a 3% plus $1,000 for general employees, that would be 209 employees that would get that pay increase. The total cost, including employer costs, would be $740,450, and we would need approximately $81,709 additional, meaning above what was in the proposed budget.
Gotcha.
This does not include police, and that number does not include fire, because we're getting ready to talk about them next. And I hear everybody in the back. And daggers are getting ready. So we looked at a couple of different scenarios for the sheriff's office. First of all, the first one we looked at is, what if we did $5,000 per position? And let me say that is based on the number of sworn people we have on payroll right now. That would be 62 employees, and the cost to give everybody $5,000, including employer costs, would be $371,981. The next scenario we looked at would be, what if we did a $5,000 change to the compensation plan?
Excuse me, Michelle.
Okay.
We'll make sure you get these slides. I see you, if you're trying to
Yeah,
jot down those numbers.
I don't think
we'll
I
make
have
sure you-
them.
No, we
It was
literally, this is
late.
hot off the presses.
So is that
But we'll make sure you get all this information.
So the first part you just covered, is that a one-time payment or is that a base to their base?
It's added to their base.
Yes.
That's added to the base.
Added
So
to their
their-
base.
From then on, their percentage of raises would be based on
On top.
extra.
Parts
Okay.
by that.
Thank you.
Yep. So the second one would be if we added a $5,000 change to the compensation plan. Every job title for the sheriff would receive a $5,000 change, which means doing that, our recruits would now be making $59,073. The deputy sheriffs would be $61,770. Deputy first class, the starting salary would be $64,616. Senior deputy, $67,597. Corporal, $75,492. Sergeant, $79,016, and lieutenants, $82,000.
Why does
Add-
it only affect 41 instead of all 62?
Because only 41 employees would need to be brought up to the new minimum. So the remainder of the people are over that minimum. And our policy says that you're either brought up to the new minimum or 5%. Okay? The cost to do that, to change the compensation plan, bring the 41 employees to the new minimum, the 3% plus 1,000 would be $581,463. The third scenario we looked at is, what if we gave everybody a 5% increase, the 3% plus 1,000? That would affect 62 employees, or 62 that we have on our payroll now, and that cost would be $509,905. And then the last option we looked at is what was mentioned last week. If we did a 7.5% plus $1,000, same 62 employees, and that cost would be $434,454. Then we looked at fire. So for fire, we received we reviewed a scenario that if we gave all fire personnel a 5% plus the 3% plus 1,000, and then stipends. And let me kind of explain the stipends. So the proposed stipends would be $1,500 for a certified advanced EMT, $3,500 for intermediate, and increase the paramedic stipend to $7,000. That would affect 33 employees, and the total would be $408,247. The note that has an increased request is 13% plus $1,000. The paramedics currently receive $3,500 as a stipend. If we increase that for your certified paramedics, that's $3,500 increase is equivalent of a 5% increase. We layer on top of that the 5% that we give them plus the 3% plus $1,000 is equivalent of a 13% plus $1,000 increase. So we did the first three sides, so I kind of want to sum up for you the total compensation cost with these options. General employees, 3% plus $1,000. If we did the first option for the sheriff department at $5,000 per position, their cost would be $371,000. If we did the fire proposal, $408,000. Our total compensation cost for FY27 will be $1.5 million. We would need an additional $861,000 over the current proposed budget, and that's equivalent to a 1.23 cent needed. If we did the $5,000 change to the compensation plan plus the 3% plus $1,000, general employees are still $740. The increased cost for sheriff at $781. The fire plan at $408. Your compensation cost would be $1.7 million. We would need a little over $1 million over the proposed budget, and that's about a 1.53 cent additional need. The 5% and the $3,000 plus $1,000 for the sheriff department, same numbers. For general employees, fire, sheriff, that number is $509,000. Total cost for that would be $1.6 million, and we would need a little under $1 million, the equivalent of a 1.42 cent increase. And then if we did the 77.5% plus $1,000 in the sheriff's office, that cost of $334,000 for the sheriff, general employees and fire stay the same. Total compensation cost would be $1.5 million. We need additional $924,000, the equivalent of 1.32 cent. Mr. Acree had asked about the benefits. So the biggest benefit that we offer for our employees is VRS, Virginia Retirement System. The employer pays 1.3%. That is 1.3% of an employee's salary. So every time we change an employee's salary, we have to change our payment to VRS. Employees pay 5% to their retirement. We offer health and dental insurance to include vision and dental. The county, as you know, pays 81%. Employees pay 19%. We offer group life insurance, and that's through VRS. The county has to pay 1.034% of an employee's salary. Employees can then pick up a supplemental life insurance policy. They pick up that cost. We offer deferred compensation. The county picks up the match up to $600. We offer annual and sick leave. Those are accrued based on your years of service. We have several other leave types, such as funeral leave, jury duty, flexible day. Employees use them as needed, but that is the county covers that. We offer tuition reimbursement. The max reimbursement in a year is $1,800. That's a benefit that the county pays. We offer flexible spending accounts and health savings account. For the FSA, the employees contribute. Employees enrolled in a high deductible insurance plan also have to have an HSA, and the employer, the county, contributes to that. They receive a monthly contribution. Employee Assistance Program, EAP, that cost to employees is covered by the county. We get 14 paid holidays, sometimes more. Legal resources, that is an employee election. The employee pays the cost of that. Sick leave bank, hopefully employees will never need it, but that is a benefit available to them. And we also offer supplemental AFLAC benefits such as accident, critical illness, and cancer insurance policy, and the employee covers that cost. Also, in the proposed budget, there are 7 new positions. 3 new fire medic 2s. The approximate cost is $711,000, including equipment. 1 fire medic 2 for the pharmacy technician program, or the pharmacy program. That cost is approximately $110,516. A conversion of a part-time to a full-time position in the fire department, and that cost is estimated to be about $38,000. We're adding a GIS technician, hopefully. That position is going to be based in IT but shared with planning. Approximate cost is $90,000 for that. Parks and grounds and landscape supervisor in Parks and Recreation. That's approximately $78,000. Total of 7 new positions, a little over $1 million, and that cost we have, again, included in the proposed budget of about 1.47 cents.
And it should be noted that those projected costs include salary as well as benefits.
Other adjustments that we've added since last week, the increased contribution to schools at 1.579397, equivalent of a 2.25 cent increase needed, and the increased payment to tax relief, which is I think $400,000, which is less than a half of a penny. I'm not sure how I said it makes sense, but it's 0.51 cents.
Increased payment to tax relief, is that because our original draft didn't take into account how many write-offs we'd have?
Correct. That number was moving faster than we were. We were guesstimating that we would be at 3.6 by the end of the calendar year. We're already at 4 million or pretty close to it. So we think we're going to hit 4 million this year. So we bumped it up to at least 4 million.
Discussion and questions. I told Don, and I would mention this, because I know we're looking at a carve-out for public safety, but to give 5% to all county employees, including public safety, and I know that's not what they're requesting, is 1.228245.
So a couple of things. One is, when you factor all those things in, because I don't want this to be lost on anyone, we proposed an 82-cent tax rate, which was a increase over the current rate, which is 77.5 or 77.5. Right now, you're probably looking at, if we were to institute those suggestions, even if we took the lowest option for public safety, you're probably looking at about an 86-cent tax rate, just to keep things in perspective as it relates to potential impacts on your tax rate. So we wanted to provide this information partly as follow-up, partly to be responsive to the suggestions that you all laid out last week for us to consider. Want to make sure it wasn't just throwing numbers out, but that we gave you actual impacts, actual numbers that you could think about. I think while we were talking, Bill sent you the presentation.
Yeah.
So again, so you didn't have to keep writing those numbers down. You should have those electronically. Obviously, if you have additional questions or we can provide additional information to you, let us know, and we'll try to work that up.
Well, I was planning on talking about capital tonight, so I'll just keep my comments brief in this regard. Thank you for all the work, first of all. Obviously, this means a lot to a lot of people, including all of us. And I don't ever want to be accused of bringing a problem without a solution. So I've said in other meetings that I am in favor of increasing the contribution to the schools by the 4.57 million, which is their required line item. I know they asked for an additional 7.1 million, but I am supportive of the 4.5 million, mostly because that allows them to give the market increase that is sorely needed, as evidenced by the market study that they did. I'm also in favor of increasing public safety and police, to include EMS, fire, policing, sheriff's department. I think that we said we wanted to make priority area number one, public safety in our strategic plan. And I think we've heard tonight too from a lot of public speakers, and I know I'm getting, tons of emails every minute from, concerned citizens. And they're all saying the same thing, and that's that we can't afford to shortcut those people's rates. But back to the solution, without just giving a problem, I really, until proven otherwise, believe that if we pull back $1.4 million from that we have previously appropriated to the EDA for a farmer's market, which I intend to discuss in a new business and actually make a motion to do so. If we take $1.4 million back from the EDA appropriation, then that nearly covers the increase in the proposed budget for the schools. And also, and I said this 2 weeks ago, but I still really feel this way, that we should take advantage of the time that we have between now and when the next budget starts, and ask that staff works really, really, really hard to make it their priority to get the site plan approved for the Sycamore Cross Solar Farm, so that we can realize the $1.5 million from that project as well. And so if you had an extra $2.9 million, I think a lot of these issues and things that we're looking to pay for kind of solve themselves. Again, that's my idea for a solution. It doesn't take money out of unassigned fund balance, which again, we don't totally know how much we have because the audit's not done. And doesn't touch capital money or the capital budget, which again was what we're supposed to talk about tonight. But wanted to reiterate that those were my ideas and what I support.
We need I need clarification. The farmer's market funds that we set aside, that was fund balance money, right? Was it?
Correct.
So,
But it went to the EDA.
So it was in your unassigned fund balance, you transferred $1.4 million to the EDA.
right.
And so I think the request is gonna be that those funds be returned to the county.
County.
Which would go back to your unassigned fund balance, but that's, again, it's money back in your,
Yeah. But if you try to utilize those funds for operational purposes, that's gonna create a delta
next
for
year.
next year.
Perhaps.
Right? I mean, it's
But you're
reality.
not, but the fact of the matter is not that we're sitting here, I mean, we haven't talked about capital. But you look at all your tools in your toolbox, and that does not pull the money out of fund balance, it pulls it out of EDA. And there are creditors and everybody's watching that, and your comments and everybody's concern is very well noted and more than appropriate. But at the same time, by doing that, you're not pulling it out of fund balance. There also might be some opportunity there with the unassigned fund balance for some capital items that may free up potential monies for operational. Does it kick the can down the road? One could argue it, maybe it does. But I think that when you're in our situation where we have to take care of the employees, I think we have to use all the tools in our toolbox. And it may be the 11th hour that we figure out how this comes to, and we just hold our nose and do what we have to do. But whatever it is, we gotta look at all the tools in the toolbox. And I know that Ms. Roundtree had added it to the agenda, but it would be great if she would just make the motion, if we could, it's a little out of turn, to go ahead and do what she wants to do with the money out of the EDA, and we maybe could vote on that if you don't mind, Chairman.
Oh, I told you, if you wanna adopt the budget tonight,
I'm not talking about that. But I'm just saying, I agree with the pulling the money back from the EDA. And we don't, I'm not saying we put it to, I'm just saying we bring the money back from the EDA. I'm not saying we go ahead and earmark it tonight
Right.
to the budget. But I'm just saying, that frees it up. It doesn't necessarily go to the general fund or the rainy day fund or whatever anybody wants to call it tonight. But it puts that in motion to where at least we've addressed that one.
It'll go back to where it came from.
Well,
Right.
unless we decide something else.
Mr. Jones?
I just want to, I had an opportunity to speak with the solar farm's attorney today, this afternoon, shortly before the meeting, and he does not anticipate that they will be in a position to submit what they need before in time to get it done before July 1. They're working on it, but he said they have a bit to do on phase
That-
2.
That's how much again, Ms. Roundtree? How you-
1.5.
And that's every year?
No, that is a one-time
One-time
payment
payment.
because at the time site plan is approved, then there'll be another one-time payment when it becomes operational, that I believe is also 1.5. And then thereafter, we get the money under the siting agreement.
Which is $1 million a year.
Yeah.
And I bring that up because it seemed like some people tonight were under the impression there was some money that people were just kind of sitting on, or we're looking at all options. is the
Well, I mean, my
point.
point with the solar money is that it is an ongoing amount, right? So even if the site plan isn't fully ratified by July 1st, I mean, we do have money in unassigned fund balance. We could spend that money when it comes in. I don't know that there's any problem with budgeting to spend that money.
You're fronting the money up
A
front.
little
money,
bit.
as we said.
Sounds like we do that with roads too.
I heard that earlier.
Right. Yeah, so if it's okay with Mr. Robertson, because I know, and Chairman Jefferson,
This is your call. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just,
I know we still have to talk about capital stuff, but I'd like to make a motion to request the Isle of Wight County Economic Development Authority authorize the transfer of $1.4 million previously transferred to the authority for the development of the Smithfield Farmers Market facility to the county.
Okay, just a motion.
Yep.
Madam,
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
yes. Mr. Robinson, you can speak to the capital budget or?
so our intent was to, at your next work session, which would be Thursday, a week from tonight,
Yes.
we will dive into the capital side of the conversation. And we'll have information about, the projects that are included, both in the capital budget as well as talk about some of the CIP items. So that was the intent for next Thursday.
Is it, when you do that, talk about the capital budget, is it anything in our general fund that we could possibly use capital budget for without getting to the point of recommitting each year?
Are you saying that we could use, could we?
Unassigned fund balance. I
Unassigned
think.
fund balance, correct.
Yeah, so that is something that we'll talk about, because in my proposed budget, well, not to get too deeply into it. So for the last couple of years, we've been using about $4 million in funding from the unassigned fund balance to cover ongoing capital projects. Some of that fire and rescue apparatus. But there's been some utility projects and some other
Buses.
needs out there, buses, other things. So I backed off of that a little bit this year because I was anticipating that you also would go to bond market. And so not knowing the exact amount and not wanting to dip too heavily into unassigned fund balance, I backed off. We can get back to the 4 million, if that's your desire, to purchase some of those things outright as opposed to financing them. And those are some of the
Yeah,
things that we can
that's-
certainly
I
talk
just-
about.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
I think, was that your question? Because what you said kind of made me think, if there are things that aren't ongoing.
Is there things in our, that you would normally pay out of your general fund
This was, yeah.
that you have in your general fund right now in your budget? Is any of that can be used for our the capital fund?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misinterpreted
That's okay.
misinterpreted your question.
Maybe I said it wrong.
We would have to go and look, but for the most part, the things that are in our operating budget are operating expenses. We
So it wouldn't take
typically,
much, you know?
yeah, I mean, but we typically don't, like, your capital is
Yeah.
typically gonna be a one-time purchase, not
Right,
an
I understand.
ongoing.
I understand.
And so those things generally are shifted to capital. But we can certainly take a look at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me think, are there operating expenses that are one-time, that aren't capital, that aren't considered capital? That are one-time expenses that could be paid by unassigned fund balance so that it's not recurring?
Free up some.
There are some things, I think, so let me not belabor, make a long-winded comment out of this. I think in order for us to do what you're getting at, we would probably need to bundle up some things so that it moves the needle. Here's my point. If it ain't $700,000 and you knock a penny off, we probably didn't do anything.
I understand.
So we can take a look at that.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, you know.
Don, would your financial advisors advise us to do that? Would it impact us going to the bond market to try to get funds for the school?
So if I understood Mr. Ely's question, and I apologize because I didn't understand it the first time, he was saying if there are one-time purchases in our operating budget that could be shifted to capital, then we could use unassigned fund balance monies for those one-time items.
And yes, and the people from the bond market will look at that and say, well,
Yeah,
that's
that,
usually your head.
that,
That's
yeah,
good.
that
That's-
would, I don't think that would be frowned upon.
No.
Because
I
it's,
wouldn't.
again, there's still
Say, well,
one-time.
They're trying to.
Okay, okay, as long as it's one time and don't come back next year.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
the part
looking at
I, like I said, I missed the first
That's
time.
okay.
So,
Yeah.
So, this has to do with just, this season altogether, and that was, and I don't remember if that email was sent to everybody or just what, but tax relief for our individuals that need tax relief, our elderly, people on a limited income. We've adjusted that over the years. If we're looking at a tax increase, I'm curious as to what that would look like. Is that something I mean, it's obviously something we should at least have an idea of how many people take advantage of it. Is that need to be adjusted? What is the impact to that part of our population? That's our elderly and people that are trying to stay in our county, affordable housing. And that might be something that Mr. Waltney can share with us if he hasn't already. Maybe he's even through an email, I don't know. But I think that needs to be, I haven't seen that as a,
I haven't seen either, but you're talking about
Consideration.
increasing the cap?
or I don't know, if we need to, what his suggestion, I don't know the number of participants, I don't know how much we have. I think we need to probably just at least touch on that, because that's this population we work for. The other part is, as we talk capital, and this is kind of, and I apologize, but it's just the way my brain works. We all know that the sewer system that is owned by the county in Windsor is a system that, you're talking about kicking a can down the road. At some point in time, this board or some board is either gonna have to go to that fund balance and do something pretty drastic, hope that never happens, or we gotta start preparing for the future somewhere. And I don't know what that looks like. It may look like, money being set aside over the years towards, so that maybe there's grants or something becomes available. I believe it also should include the town of Windsor coming to the table and we discuss what it looks like for the future. The system they have there,
It's
as
failing.
we've all discovered,
Yeah.
my understanding was, and I think the board's understanding is, that system was bought with revenue or money that was realized from the Lake Gaston pipeline. It was a one-time money. It's funny, we've been talking about one-time money, but it's kind of the way my brain got into this. And there's been no money really set aside to make sure there was a replacement cycle, there's any of that. At some point in time, and I think now at least, at some point in this budget, we should at least touch on that, have a discussion. We have properties in the town of Windsor that people have owned the property for years, and they cannot build there because our system will not enable it. Now, I think staff is making some measures and taking some things to try to make it to where those people that have owned that land and paid property taxes on that land for numbers of years may be able to do that soon, but I think that might be just a Band-Aid. So I appreciate those two things kind of out of the blue, but I think that's something that we need to consider in this budget time.
Good idea. For me, I know a person who's got probably 5 acres, and that's why he bought it, to resell, and he can't do anything with it. Because on Church Street, all that's blocked completely off. They
Not
can't-
that I want to cause division between the two towns, but as a dual resident of the town of Smithfield and Isle of Wight County, the fact that I pay, a town tax, and I think they're pretty similar, right? The town tax for Windsor is like
Yeah.
15 cent.
Offer, I think.
And I think the town tax for Smithfield is 16. I think I just saw it today, actually. The fact that the town of Smithfield manages their water and sewer properties or assets, but that the county agreed in perpetuity to manage Windsor's without any remuneration is concerning to me. It's not equitable at all. So did we agree to, in perpetuity, fund and take care of the Windsor sewer system as long as that system existed? So they get a new sewer system, then the town of Windsor's on the hook for that? I don't know. I don't know what we can come up with creatively. Certainly, we want to serve our citizens that are there. But again, there's an inequity there between the two towns and what is and is not paid for by the county on behalf of those two differing, residential pools. That's all I want to say about that right now, but it doesn't make me happy.
But I mean, at the same token, this is something, wasn't us, but this board took upon themselves with that one-time money. I'm sure it was good intentions, I know it was. And like I said, if it has an awful incident this evening, we're going to that reserve fund and having to take care of it. So I think we're better off trying to get in front side and figure how we transition for the future. It may be 10, 20 years, I don't know, but we need to start moving in that direction some way.
And that's more reason why we need to be very careful with the fund balance money, because that could be an unforeseen, that could happen tomorrow. Or it might be 5 years down the road.
That's true, and we
You
had a
never know.
problem last year. I mean,
Right.
we almost were there last year, if it weren't for our staff for finding the issue. I like your idea of fronting the money prior to getting the Sycamore Cross site plan approval money. So even if it won't be done by July 1st, that we budget to use that, but maybe we
I think
front
that's
that.
kind of some of the things ideas we need to at least be milling, because we have to look at everything.
Yeah.
Like you say, you gotta use every tool you got right now.
I had just one or two questions so that we're prepared for the capital discussion for next time, which is, I wasn't quite clear. I'm hoping in your presentation, Mr. Robertson, that you'll let us know which rescue squad is getting the medic. It's not on this, but you'll let us know which location the medic, I know where the engine is going and why, but I wasn't quite clear on the medic. And then I was hoping to have more detail on the $460,000 for capital projects under Public Works. I'm guessing that's where you stuck the library engineering, which is why I didn't notice that earlier. Wanted some information about the Boykins Tavern item. I think we should put a pencil to the elementary school replacement, because I've heard that quotes are coming in less than what we actually put in our CIP from Mr. Coleman.
I'm sorry, which?
Elementary school replacement, the budget amount is coming in much, much less,
I'd like for him to share that with the board, if he would, please.
much, much less than what we put in our capital budget and approved a few weeks ago.
It would be nice if the school board, when they got changes like that, that they do
Let us
contact
know.
Dawn, and then Dawn can make sure every board member get that information and be aware of it.
I don't want to cause a problem with this. I think they're still working on it. It's kind of like,
No, but when I have a discussion and I'm kind of, don't have the information, I feel like I'm doing on my own.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't aware of
Maybe I look
that.
too smart, yeah.
so that's why I said it, because when we have the larger conversation about capital, we all need the same information. So, yeah, let's get that information and prepare for it. I wanted some clarification on weapons detection, but I think I got it, that I remembered that that $216,000 is for the elementary schools, so we would have to decide if that's something to support. I know it is on the top of their, near the top of their priority list. And was hoping, I got some more information this evening about Nike Park Trail Gap Connect, but I really want to have a larger discussion about the Red Oak Shared Use Path and the Lawns Point project.
All right? We'll move along, and I guess we'll, next Thursday.
Can you get some information from the schools on the 5 buses? What year are they replacing those 5 buses that they're looking to get into the capital budget?
So So
How old are
I can check, yeah.
how old are the units that they're replacing now? I'm not saying take them away, I'm just saying.
No, I think
where are
it's,
they at?
I think it's a combination of age and
Maintenance reference.
maintenance.
Well, I
You
mean, the
know.
ones they've replaced, they've saved hundreds of dollars because of the maintenance, the ones they got rid of. I mean, they were just,
Yeah, we've been in like this 5 bus a year cycle
Yeah.
for a few years now, so they should be getting close to getting some of those
by the
really
time they
old
get there, then
buses.
they're gonna have to come
Yeah,
back.
but some of the really old buses, hopefully, we're kind of
Oh, yeah.
What
at
was,
the end of those.
what I thought was interesting, when I first got on the board, we met with them, and they had a lease purchase program. And it was built in their budget. Every so many years, they got this many buses, and it was just, and then my understanding is somebody dropped the ball, I guess is the best way to put it, and that just stopped. And so then we fell behind.
Yep.
So I thought that was interesting when it's been brought up as if that's been 10 years and everybody's always, been
When I was on the
negating it.
board, they started that.
Yep, and that was a
We
really good
started,
program.
It was just a lease thing.
And they would steady, and
then
people
all
say,
of a
don't
sudden-
lease, buy.
I don't know
It's a
what happened.
government lease, it's different.
Yeah.
They didn't renew the lease, somebody shouldn't renew the lease.
To Mr. Ely's point, though, I think we made a commitment to 5 new buses a year. We've now done it for 2 years, so we've gotten 10 new
Yeah.
buses. It would be really nice to look at the inventory and just say, hey, where are we at? In a really tight budget year where we have to borrow a lot of money to build a new replacement school.
doing well or
Can
we're
we?
not?
Yeah, can
Yeah,
we
I
sit
mean,
this
that's-
one out for a year?
That's what I'm asking, you know.
Right.
If it-
That's,
All
maybe we can
tools
come
in
back to
toolbox,
2.
but.
Maybe 2, maybe 1, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, we can ask for the inventory of their buses,
Yeah.
with the
I mean,
years,
got 60.
mileage, and,
Got 60 of them.
yeah.
But if all the parents stop bringing the kids to school, you didn't need 90.
That's what I was wondering, with as many cars you got sitting out front, how many buses do you
That's
need
what he
anymore?
said. That's what, I talked to him and he said, if parents stop bringing the kids to school like they are, and they just took a estimate, he said you would need 30 more buses.
well, that's,
Luckily, we kept buying the big buses too, instead of the regular sized buses.
Yeah.
Which under the lease agreement, we bought the big ones, which
Yeah.
don't fit in the garage that we need to replace, right?
Yeah, that's right. They won't go in there.
I think we really need those large buses. I mean, when you look at in the morning, when you see the school buses, I don't see a lot of heads on them.
Ain't back in my day where everybody's hanging out the
You can't
windows.
see them. The buses are so tall, they can't see the head.
All right. Any other new business?
10 o'clock.
All right, well,
I'm good.
we're moving along. Can we get a motion for adjournment?
Oh, yeah, so
I'm good.
Good, all right. Meeting is adjourned.